Walking Moxer, welcome to the party. Remember this device from earlier? This is a serial to IP converter that has a vulnerability. And unfortunately, what they did is they used one of those to bridge across and implement a load computer server. The other challenge was, this was a third-party installation company that configured this for them. So they came in and they set up the UI, set up the computer server. Now, when they go to connect those into the nearest port, that's on a vessel or on a train, do you know what? There's actually a lot of metal to drill through potentially. You go drilling holes in boats, generally not a good thing. So what did they do? Found the nearest ports to those two devices and plugged them in. And they worked, which is fantastic. The issue with that was devices on this network actually required a certificate to communicate with each other. Without this security certificate in place, you go into a tie pit, what they defined as a tie pit. Well, that was fantastic for us, because what did that mean? Well, as with every great PTP story, it started with two guys in a bar on a ship who plugged into a network port. And just about what happened, they could see those devices. They were also put into the tie pit and therefore could then communicate with those critical systems. So that was the installers at fault? Did they know that certificate was required? For them, they came in, they loaded the installation, everything works, they went away. And inadvertently left their critical systems accessible to anybody who could literally plug into a network port. So there's our guys in the bar, as you can see, having great fun, identifying that load computer. And what did they do? They found that lovely Moxer device that had an existing vulnerability. So they've taken a misconfiguration, coupled it with a vulnerability, and now they have access into that serial control network that should have been isolated. Now, these devices are only meant to receive data, so it's only readable. But what we actually proved, because these actually use RS485 bus, there's no way to actually make it only read only. So we did use a proof of concept. We were allowed to send one packet because it was an operational vessel. They didn't want us breaking anything. And we demonstrated that sending a single packet that it was possible for us to manipulate and inject serial into that network. Now, what does that actually mean? Well, the load computer system needed network. The third party found wall ports, connected them together and used them. It worked. It was accessible from any port. The shared password on the load computer was then used to pivot to the serial to IP converter. And then we could do all sorts, inject tank readings onto the control network, spam the bridge ICMS, DOS the ICMS. But what if we could change the measurements on how it was loaded? What if we could get one of the engineers to fill up the ballast levels incorrectly, make the vessel unstable? People trust systems and technology. That is why they are there. The incident where the ship was overloaded, I think it was with high-end cars and it ended up tipping over in the ocean, was simply that. It was misloaded. They trusted the computer readings. So quite interesting. Coupled with, as I said, an existing vulnerability and a misconfiguration, you've actually got an attack chain that's quite serious. Now, we can use similar principles when we're hijacking propulsion. So we've moved on from ships. Let's move on to an oil rig. Another thing I'm not an expert in. I'm doing well today. As you can see, there's lots of systems on a rig. You have propulsion, the drilling control network, generators, switchboards, corporate, the normal machines. You've got a blowout preventer, crew with the Netflix and the dodgy file sharing. And things go wrong on an oil rig, we've made things go boom again. But how are these networks connected? Again, very similar. The propulsion network is segregated. You have many other segregated networks that each of the areas of the vessel are utilising. Third parties are coming in via the remote access. Corporate will have access there, third parties, etc. All quite self-explanatory. But what happens if somebody implemented an unauthorised jump box? Who would do that, you say? Lots of engineers. Lots more engineers. We see this all the time. And this is for efficiencies on vessels, oil rigs, buildings. People don't want to be going up and down 6 floors, taking long journeys to access systems. So they install random jump boxes for themselves across networks. And you'd be amazed how many of these, when we come to test, people just unplug them. That's why it's good to physically validate what is on your network as well. Go around and have a look at what people have got plugged in. Even random Wi-Fi mapping, you know, of a standard infrastructure of an organization. We found people putting access points above tiles in the office. It's crazy. So that had been implemented by an engineer. So now we've actually got a bridge between the corporate and the drilling network. It's quite useful. Can't really do anything yet, but we've got a bridge there. Enter our next famous device, the Siemens scale-out switch. Now, this is used to route serial data across the network, useful for ensuring signal integrity, provides segregation. But when we were analysing this, we noticed that the admin password hashes got longer with password length. So we bought our own switches so we could reverse engineer them. There was a 20-pin header, which indicated JTAG. You know how much our engineers love a good JTAG. So we recovered the firmware and we started to investigate how those user passwords are hashed. I want you to remember there are hundreds of these devices on this vessel, as well as at sea and at land. The existing vulnerability recovers the configuration file. We can identify the hashes of the password, but it turns out it's encrypted. Well, don't worry about it. We went full Wade on it. We fully reverse engineered it, and we can decrypt any password. So this was Chris Wade's research. You can access it again in full detail on our blog. There's no way I can go through, we don't have the time to go through Chris Wade's full research, believe you and me. But here's a slide identifying where we'd managed to identify the admin password. And from there, we'd extracted that encryption key. It meant we could compromise the switch and tamper with any control data that we wanted to. Now, we reported this to Siemens, who were absolutely awesome. They acknowledged, verified, fixed, pushed, and allowed us to publish the research. It took time, we collaborated, but that is what's important, because you know what? We're going to find risks, we're going to find vulnerabilities together. It's how we manage that process, responsible disclosure, working together and making sure those risks are mitigated. So definitely a shout out to Siemens for that. But by abusing the Siemens switch, utilising that lovely unauthorised jump box, we've now got a bridge between the internet and the propulsion networks. Now, the issue is the same mistakes are being made with security flaws, default passwords, hard-coded credentials within hardware devices. There's no firmware signing or secure boot, complex supply chains. There is a significant issue in this area. And you know what? I really want somebody to take responsibility. When you're purchasing devices and asking the security questions, or when you're designing and developing these devices, it's important to make sure that you're taking a full secure by design, security in depth approach, understanding and undertaking the appropriate threat modeling so you're understanding the potential threats you're facing. And please stop taking photos of your stuff and putting it online or on the TV. No one likes that. Smaller RT vendors are slow to catch up. I work on so many different proof of concepts with many clients, and the challenge is it's still becoming an education. I've spoken to a router vendor recently who still didn't understand the reason why they should be penetration testing the system. I identified a system that allowed us to access the hardware underlying operating system, identified vulnerabilities within that. They fixed the issue that allowed us to access the underlying operating system, but we don't know if they fixed those underlying issues because we can't see them anymore. We ask them. Well, actually, that was another fantastic story. So we found the back door. It's not there in production. It's not that we've sent you a dev device. All right, well, we know someone who's got one in the field. Can we check? First time I was ghosted professionally. But it's not all bad. Look, plenty of tactical advice. Embed your security requirements in your procurement processes with legal recourse if not met. And that requires investment before you purchase a product. I noticed that I've got one customer, they are desperately trying to buy a secure router. They've spent tens of thousands of pounds undertaking security audits on these hardware devices. We're on our third one. Was it the vendor's responsibility to actually assure and secure the product? Was it my client's responsibility to assure and feed that research back free of charge to a vendor who couldn't understand security? Whose responsibility is that? So I'm also going to add in, make sure you've got a clear responsibility matrix, very clear. Do you have hard-coded backdoor accounts? Do you have hard-coded, undocumented backdoor accounts? Because we find them regularly, and you won't find unless you do the assurance yourself. Do you have a vulnerability disclosure policy for your devices? Do the devices you're purchasing have that vulnerability disclosure policy? Can you show a worked example of a real vulnerability being reported and fixed in a system and see the timeline? How did that occur? Do you accredit the installer of your network for security expertise? We've come across this time and time again. You create devices, there's an installation guidance, there will be default passwords. Are you mandating they are changed? Is it clear that they are changed? Do the installers understand the security requirements? Don't believe the marketing hype. Test for security before you adopt the new system or change existing systems. Do your proof of concept, engage with the vendor, collaborate, insist you see evidence of thorough testing, not just web application testing, not just penetration testing, full on end-to-end landscape, threat modeling, hardware testing, application testing, API testing, cloud review, staff training, review of installation process. It is all critical. Every single one of the attack chains we've shown today proves that. Except that a security issue can't just be fixed. We all work with legacy technology. We've worked with legacy technology for years. We acknowledge it exists, we acknowledge the risks, and we wrap security defense layers around that. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't rush to the cloud. It's fantastic, provides efficiencies, fantastic. But it may have a weaker approach until you've fully assured it and ratified it yourself. Don't rush to connect your systems. We have some fantastic technology out there. We have critical systems. Don't just go and whack a Bluetooth module on top of it because you want to connect it to cloud to grab some big data. Don't do it. Analyze the process first. Understand the threat that you're introducing. Understand how you're changing your own attack service and your threat model and your challenges. And learn from the mistakes of others. There's lots of research available. I've been working quite significantly with maritime, with rail, and do you know what the challenge is? It's really expensive to break your stuff. And there's a massive ecosystem of suppliers within there. It's a challenge when you've got multi-vendors providing the applications on the train, different providers that are grabbing data, somebody else who's responsible for operational. That whole landscape could be used to jump from one network to another. Now, if you've got any questions or you'd like to see any of these demos live, minus the Moxa serial to IP converter, unless you've got a Cat5 cable, come and see us afterwards. But if you've got any questions, That's it, done.
Thank you. Joe, thank you so much. I took notes on things supply chain. I was wondering, no mention of things like the software bill of materials, hardware bill of materials, firmware bill of materials. I love the F-bomb acronym. VEX, the vulnerability exchange, or sorry, exploitability index. Some of those things I think are also useful as well. But you did mention like product security team. Siemens, good to work with. Fantastic to hear that your vendors are starting to respond in better, I guess, behaviors than in the past.
It's absolutely huge. There is so much work here, and we're seeing
Right.
a massive expansion into red teaming and purple teaming on operational devices, not just prescriptive testing that's done to a certain methodology. It's important to implement that real world testing, and it can be slightly terrifying, but it can be really insightful. And I think just feeding into what the lady prior to me was saying, it's understanding those TTPs, it's understanding those attack vectors and looking at it from a real world approach, not just a prescriptive test.
Right. Thank you so much. All right, we've got a 30-minute break. So everyone get out, have some coffee, see the vendors, make some friends, exchange some business cards, answer a few emails. I'll see you back in 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, everyone, welcome back. Right on time. So we had a shift. And where are my notes? Okay. And how do I say your last name?
Tizzy.
Tizzy.
Yes.
Okay, Eddie Tizzy. Fantastic. All right, supply chain risk management and railway from Rail Security Europe. Without further ado, please go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank Dimitri because he gave me a slot. So thank you, Dimitri, again. I will give you a brief introduction on this topic related to supply chain management. My objective is not to teach you how to manage your supply chain, but more to make you feel the need for more collaboration on a global approach if we talk about cybersecurity and supply chain. So of course, I will do a quick reminder on what is behind this word of supply chain, what we talk about that. What is at stake? I think that all of you knows, but it's better to remind. And after, we'll see a few elements where I think, and it is where collaboration is absolutely mandatory across, I will say, the whole industry. So, quick reminder about the definition. So, again, this is not a cybersecurity topic. It's a more general topic that is generally already well managed, I will say, in most of the companies. Because if you look at over the last 10, 15 years, or even more than that, the role of the supply chain and the fact that more and more companies are outsourcing activities is something that there is no debate. So we've learned, all the industries, and not only railway, has learned how to manage their supply chain. And today we have reached a level where, globally speaking, supply chain management is something that we master well. Nevertheless, there is risk. As any activity that you are implementing, you have to manage your risk. And for supply chain risk management, there is no reason to invent a new something. We have the basic risk management standard that we are all applying. You first need to identify your risk and know where they are. Second, you will start the assessment and to understand what could be the impact and what are your priorities, I will say. And third, then you need to define mitigation, either in the sense that you protect yourself to avoid things to happen, or you are ready in case they're happening. Because in several cases, the question is not if, but when. So you need to be prepared. Why is it an issue or a topic to be addressed in railway? For two main reasons. First one, we are in our business very specific in terms of integration. It's a real business of integration. There is nobody, if you go beyond the marketing positioning, nobody is able to deliver everything by himself when you think about a railway system. And the second thing, which is a bit more very specific and tricky, is that if you are an operator, an asset owner, you've built your system over time. Okay? Even if you have a greenfield that you are creating, it's a project of 3, 4, 5 years. So there is no railway system today in operation that has been built in 2 years, and it is there, and you have a full product. So it is made of a lot of components, and that's the second important point is multiple vendors. So I mean, no operator or no operated line somewhere in the world can claim I am fully with one vendor. Maybe, but I don't know. You have always a mix of products, a mix of rolling stock, a mix of signaling system, of control system coming from everywhere. And this is starting from the big part, so the rolling stock material itself, or it can be on some small switches. We've seen previously that there were some issues on some switches. They are also in your train. So, I mean, this is something that we need to keep in mind. And this is why mastering this supply chain is becoming a real, I would say, point of attention, is that nobody can deliver alone. The delivery is done in collaboration and cooperation, and it is done over time. And you know that over time, the world is changing. So potentially, whatever you have behind your supply chain is changing. Now, if we think about the impact of the supply chain, because just to make it a bit more concrete, you have several typologies of impact. Again, nothing new, and I mean, cybersecurity did not create a revolution. Most of the impacts, most of the stakes were already there. Of course, cybersecurity is happening because for several reasons, first of all, you rely more and more on your supply chain. And second, it has been more and more integrated within your own company operation mechanism. And that's also for the purpose of efficiency, having spare parts arriving on time, and having vendors being much more aware of what they have to do. The supply parts of your environment is becoming more integrated in your environment. So that's a fact. And we, as integrator, product manufacturer, or component manufacturer, we have the same exactly activity. So this means that something which is very visible in supply chain is that you are always a supplier of someone. At one point in time, you supply a service to an end user, a material to an operator, or a component to an integrator. So, but you are always providing some element of supply. So now, if we step back a bit in terms of what does this mean for the business? Because again, we don't do cybersecurity for the sake of doing cybersecurity. We do cybersecurity because there is a business to be run, there is a brand of a company to be maintained, and there is a few things that you have to sustain, okay, globally in going forward. So if we look what is changing in the world, so I have extracted a few elements. So you may have a list of 100 in the red box, but I chosen to stick on a few ones because they are, I will say, speaking to us in the recent time. First of all, the geopolitical instability. I don't need to describe to you. You've seen that over the last 3 years, the world has changed, and it's changing always. Nobody is seeing an end to that. Nobody can say that in 1 year it's over and we are in peaceful time. So it makes no sense. So we see that there is alliance, there is changes, and this is going forward. The second point is that because of optimization, efficiency, we are more and more, all of us, relying on just-in-time. What does this mean? That we are creating a chain of dependencies where we depend on what things that are provided just in time, just to enter in the manufacturing time. So at the end, when you, as an operator, you receive some elements, the way it has been built, even over 3, 4, or 5 years, because the projects are very long in railway, it is relying a lot on the fact that material equipment are coming just in time. So components of the final system are coming just in time. The next point is also important. So social media, nobody can say today that they ignore it for the simple reason that you know the importance and the power of a news appearing somewhere. So it's a fear of several, not to say all the operators, to see their name on Twitter, Snapchat, Twitch, or whatever, Facebook saying my screen was stopped. So this is something, or photo of your display being hacked. That's something that everyone has in mind. So to avoid that, you need to master and to control whatever is arriving to your final, I will say, final management. And again, if we come back to cybersecurity, it's a fact that is obvious for everyone. The threat is growing, or maybe is more visible than before. I'm not sure that they will be more accurate than before, but at least we are seeing them, and they are much more evident or obvious to see than before, because the activity is much more spotted. There is more people who are looking at. And in railway, if you think railway 15 years ago or 10 years ago, you have not a lot of people in the room to speak about cybersecurity. Today, you have a room full of people to speak about cybersecurity. So there is a change over the last 10 years in railway, which is very visible, where cybersecurity is much more looked. So of course, anything which is happening is much more visible. So now, if we focus just a bit more on cybersecurity itself. So when we think about the supply chain, and I want to narrow down my discussion on specific points, again, we will not talk about the supply chain in general. Let's think about what is creating an issue for us as a cyber community. One of the key points is we are embedded, and we being the overall community, delivering product and services to the railway, we are embedding more and more open sources. So it seems obvious like that, but this is a kind of the suppliers that we don't manage, because there is not a supplier in front of us. There is a community, there is a fuzzy guy somewhere doing his best, but that is something that you have to manage. When we think about the supply chain, this is something that we need to put under control, the way that we are integrating those open source. And the second point, which is much more obvious, is the third parties. And each of us can be in turn a third party providing, or the guy receiving from a third party. So again, the problems that we may find from I would say, if you step back a bit, will be very, very similar. Okay, so there is not a big difference. You need to make sure that the way that you are integrating components in your system is something that is allowing you to be I would say, comfortable on the way it works. So you can be an operator using the system at the end, but at the end of the day, you create yourself your kind of own transportation system, or you are an integrator building a train or building a cubicle or building a signaling system. So you are using some component to do that. And even if you are delivering a component, then you can have a piece of software or hardware which are provided by some external companies. So we are all more or less in the situation where we need to manage that. And again, if we now down to from the cyber point of view, how do we manage those specific risks and what do we put under control? Beyond the logistic part, because when we think about supply chain, there is the idea of moving things from one location to another. You procure and then you move. But beyond that part, there is a few elements that we must do. The first one is create the trust. And I discussed with a few colleagues this morning, how do you make sure that you create a chain of trust? At the same time that you create your supply chain and your strongly just-in-time, blah, 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 how is it trustable enough that you can consider that part of your security, this is part of your security? That's one point. The second point is, how do you share information? There is no way for you to create a chain of trust if you don't speak and you don't share with the people who are in this chain. Makes no sense. So, of course, you can audit your suppliers, okay? But you need to establish a dialogue with real exchanges of information, of status, of situation with the suppliers. And the last point is managing alerts and incidents. No need to make a demonstration that it is something that you will have and we will have to do more and more. Today, we are a bit, I will say, naked on that. When there is incidents, it's very complex for us to, as integrator, to know exactly how we need to react to whom and how we need to behave. And second, for operators to know how they have not hundreds, but at least tens of suppliers in front of them. Using at the end of the day, when you come to the software, this is why the software is so important. The components that are used are more or less the same, so you can have the same vulnerability appearing everywhere along the line. So it's something that we need to learn to manage, and it cannot be learned by one side of the chain. If not, it makes no sense. It has to be learned as being a global ways of working and managing in the chain. And it is not where the competitiveness will be. I mean, from Alstom, I could say, no, I will do on my side, and the CAF and Siemens, they will do on their side, but it makes no sense from an operator point of view. If you operate system from Alstom, Siemens, CAF, and Ansaldo, at the end of the day, you cannot be secured on one of them. So the way to identify, to declare, the way to manage, to organize in case of crisis cannot be one per vendor. Makes no sense. The way to evaluate the participant to the chain cannot be one per vendor. If I was one of the component provider who are providing components for all the industry, you cannot have each of your integrator coming with a specific Excel file with questions more or less the same in a different, I will say, order, asking you to tick the boxes and to go through specific audit. If we do that as an industry, we'll kill our supply chain. And that's not the model that we want to have. We want to make sure that there is a strong ecosystem of provider, of course, with competition and to ensure that it's a fair market. But on the other hand, we cannot kill people by having that amount of, I will say, overloading evaluation, which is coming from one supplier different from the other, whereas what you want to evaluate is basically the same. The posture, the capability to manage incidents, the capability to manage security over time, that can be put, I will say, in the kind of basic. So if I try to dig a bit on those topics, on the incident management, of course, there is different point of views. When we talk about an incident, the last big one like Log4j, we don't see it the same way. If you are an operator in one country or one city, you've seen it in a certain way. If you are a component provider providing component to several integrators, you see it another way. If you are one integrator trying to sell the same train or the same system all over the planet, you see it in a different way. The incident remains the same, but the way to see it is a bit different. So there is absolutely a need to build and to share a kind of clear escalation process. And again, the Log4j was a very good example to demonstrate that it's a bit complex to know what we have to do. We were in the same meeting with Dimitri and the ERI ZAC, so the European Railway ZAC. It was a bit complex to see what do we need to share, how do we do that, who is taking the lead, what information need to be put at the disposal of everyone, what information need to be kept because it is a bit of a sensitive one. We need to do an effort, and when I'm saying we, it's the railway industry. It's not one component of this railway industry, it's the railway industry. So we need to find some neutral, I will say, ground to have discussions, but it's absolutely mandatory. If not, we will kill the industry because there will be more and more people arriving saying, oh, but there is nothing, I will propose something. And we'll see a lot of new companies arriving, new bodies trying to regulate, because when there is no regulation, you know, something is happening. If there is no regulation, someone will create a regulation. And the more the person, the less the person will have knowledge in railway, the more the person will feel legitimate to regulate. So we need to be very, very careful on that. It's the railway industry will have to, I would say, to manage itself, to make sure that we are creating the necessary regulation, and then we are applying the regulation. And again, I'm insisting, this does not mean that there is no competition in railways. There is competition in the railway industry. Nevertheless, there is a minimum. And if you think about the way to create system and the building blocks of the system, we need to keep also competition open there. This is why we need to define the clear rules for someone to be authorized, I will say, to bid, someone to be authorized to procure or to deliver. So this is important in this industry, and the management of incidents is important. Another point that we need to keep in mind when we talk about incident and alerts is that when you look at that from the operator point of view, you have a lot of things in front of you. Of course, you have your trains, your signaling system, but you have all the buildings and the CCTV or whatever you are using, but you have also all your enterprise IT. This is not incompatible, because as all of those equipments are using very often same basic components, the incident, when it appears somewhere, don't be surprised that you have to manage it everywhere. So there is a need to make sure that all of that is coordinated, and you address the topic, I say, in a holistic way, and not only on one side by one method, the other side one method. The old good time of segregated network, we just talked about that before, is over since a long time. You know better than me that when you are an operator, you have already created a lot of gateways between all those systems which are supposed to be not connected. So we need to stop to think about that. There is a kind of physical barrier that will prevent something to enter. The something is already there. So that's important to see how things will be coordinated. But what is very important is to keep in mind that because of the nature of what we have to manage in our supply chain, so in the component, the stakeholder providing elements to our railway system, we are absolutely obliged to manage some kind of collaboration and to define some frame. So important point to define the frame. The second point I want to dig on is the open source. If you step back a bit, think about what it means. It is everywhere. It is everywhere because basically software is everywhere. And software is everywhere. If you have software developer somewhere in your team, or if you are buying to software developer, I can say that I'm a software developer. Sometimes you are a bit lazy, so you reuse a lot of things that are existing. And that's it's also helping you to be more efficient. Use quote unquote proven codes. You don't know who has proven it, but you think it's proven. And it's much more comfortable to reuse something that exists. The problem is that when you reuse something that exists without having qualified the something, you don't know what is the something. Sometimes you don't even know who has created the something. So managing open source is something that is becoming more and more critical. There was a misunderstanding initially between open source and free. So people were thinking that I am using open source as there is no cost. Yes, there is a cost because you have to maintain it, you have to develop it, you have whatever you have to do. So there is a cost behind that. And second, open source does not mean coming without vulnerabilities, because the community has tested it, that it is better tested that if it is done by Microsoft or by whoever, there is vulnerabilities everywhere. So we need to make sure that we are mastering that. And this open source is everywhere. And the problem when we speak about supply chain is that if your supplier made a mistake, you can go to your supplier. But if your open source has an issue, you go to whom? Go to yourself. So that's a point of attention when we think about managing and mastering our supply chain. We need to master the software component, and out of the software component, we need to make sure that we are managing these open source activities. So to conclude on the open source before moving on the last one, on open source, you need to make sure that there is policies so that it is clear for whoever is working for you, either internally or externally, that open source need to be mastered as part of the supply chain. Today, we can count the number of contracts that you are signing where you are making sure that the open source policy on your vendor is clear, and that you will not wake up one day discovering that the thing that you bought very expensive is not really something that someone was trying to sell to you, or it is creating some obligation on you. So this is a point of attention that we all need to have as a community to make sure that the ecosystem of solutions that we are using is quote unquote proven or qualified or accepted. The second important point is when you think about managing your open source, you need to make sure that it is at the start. It's too late when things are already there that you will try to dig on it. And I like this small drawing because it can be everywhere, in a camera, in a CCTV system, in an interlocking, everywhere. So if you discover too late that you are in the middle of it, to go back on it and to change it, you forgot about it. So that's a point of attention. You need to make sure that if you are developing, because you are one of the provider of this ecosystem of railway, you are taking care of your open source and you have a clear policy and you are able to explain what you are doing and you have a clear approval process to explain when you have integrated something, it has been validated. If you are the final user of any component, make sure that either contractually or because of your collaboration, you have a good understanding of how open source is managed. Of course, let's not dream. You will not start tomorrow by having everyone having a strong policy managing open source. But at least we need to start. And we need to start by having some discussions around that to understand. And again, as an industry, what kind of place we want to give to the open source in the ecosystem. It can be a choice to say, no way, starting from now, there is no more open source in anything that we are developing. Or we can say, no, it's a big opportunity for the industry to go quick and to manage, I will say, the changes in front of us. How do we make sure that it is surviving, I will say, under control? Last point of attention is related to, if we put aside the open source, the rest of the suppliers, I will say, which are the more classical one, on the ones that we have in mind. As I was saying, first of all, chain of trust. It's impossible to address this battle if you don't trust the guy who is backing you or behind you. Makes no sense. You cannot go to war saying, okay, I'm in the war, but I don't trust the guy close to me. If you need to face, I will say, the enemy is outside. So there is the vendor, the operator, the asset owner. We are on the same side. On the other side, there is the attacker. If we don't trust ourselves, we will lose this battle for sure. So we need to create this chain of trust. And how to create this chain of trust? We need to make sure that there is a kind of a global coordination, because it cannot be one guy saying, please trust me and don't worry. It has to be something which is a bit common. We need to define what are the conditions for this collaboration and this cooperation. And again, it's not obvious because we are in a competitive market where it's competition. So competition will not disappear night for day, but we need to face a common enemy, a common threat. So as we have to face a common threat, how do we work together to face this threat? And today we don't spend enough time on that. And I put myself in the we, because we don't spend enough time discussing between ourselves as integrator in the industry, between integrator and operator, how we increase the trust between us. And it's striking because we are in an industry where we don't have that much of provider. How many integrators do we have? We are not yet like in aviation where there is two guys, but we are not like other industry where you can have hundreds of integrator, provider of final products. We are in the middle and more closer to aviation than to another industry where you have hundreds of provider of final products. But nevertheless, we did not manage over time to sit down together and to decide what we can do to manage this threat. We need to do that. And I thank James again for giving me this opportunity, because I would like really that we realize that it is time to do it. It's maybe too late. Some people will claim it's late, but we need to start, because if we never start, nothing will happen. We need to start. We need to start, and there is no good reason, but we need to start. So I think that creating this chain of trust is very important. The second point, which is important, so coordinated at industry level, because we need to have a natural, I would say, a neutral ground to support the discussion, but focusing on railway specificities. I am seeing a threat also that we will try to use the lazy option, which is, oh, there is already a solution somewhere, let's put it in railway. That will be a drama. Someone needs to understand what are the needs, and then we find a solution, not the contrary. Not to say, oh, I saw a good solution, let's apply it. We know that it will fail. So it's more comfortable because it's proven. We like the proven in use, but in reality, in use in what context? So that's important for us to keep in mind, that we need to define the cybersecurity, the management of the supply chain for the railway. It has to be done. It is starting. It has to be done. There is good initiative. The TS 50701 is a good example. Serge and Christian will talk about it. There is a few initiatives that are coming, so that's good. But we need really to push on that. On the supply chain management is something that we need to work on quickly. Sharing between the stakeholders. If we need to face a threat, we need to know it. There is no way to have some people knowing the threat and some people building the trains. At the end of the day, the trains will never know the threat. So myself, as a car builder and a signaling system builder, I need absolutely to understand what is happening on the ground, what the operator are seeing. So I need to have a kind of extract of that. What is the trends? What do you see coming? What do you face? Because you know that the life cycle, the time to market of products in railway is something which is long. We are not doing mobile phones. So it takes a bit of time to have something ready, homologated, validated, safety, blah, blah, blah. It can take 5 to 7 years. 5 to 7 years is centuries in railway, in cybersecurity. So how do we make sure that at the end of the day, we don't discover that we created the wrong defenses? How do we make sure that the trends, the new trends of security are embedded in the design process early enough that the product can be, do security by design is good, but security is changing all over the time. So I cannot freeze the design and 3 years after having the product. So it's important that we keep aware of what is happening outside. We had this presentation on threat intelligence. Threat intelligence for the railway need to be organized somewhere. I don't believe that each company can start to do his own threat intelligence. It will be a bit of a heavy activity, but at community, at where we say at industry level, it's something that we shall be in a position to manage, and that we are not putting ourselves in a position to manage today, because again, those global bodies that are supposed to help us, and I'm looking at my colleague from UNIFE, they need to do something on that, because this is something that needs to be organized. It cannot be organized by one guy in one side. It has to be organized by someone or a body who has the mandate to organize the industry. And it is something that we need. If we want to grow, if we want to survive, we need to organize our industry. And organizing the supply chain and the management between the various people who are collaborating in the industry is something that is mandatory. And if I think, for example, about my company, Alstom, I am the supplier of Siemens. And sometimes Siemens is supplier of Alstom or CAF. So we are between ourselves suppliers. So we cannot imagine to be each of us trying to create something and to win the battle alone. Makes no sense. So as an industry, we need to have a wake-up call to say, okay, it's time for us to organize. We have bodies, which are transversal bodies. We need to rely on them to do that. And one example of body for the European part is the European ISAC. So a few of you are participating to this one. Okay, I will not criticize, but We would like to see more things coming out of that to help us to build the right systems, to help us to build the right system or the right services. So this is where I am seeing that the collaboration that we need to implement is very important. So this will be my summary, the summary of my point to the supply chain. Supply chain management is not something new. So open any books, you look at everywhere, you will find a lot of ways to manage supply chain. Supply chain management in railway exists. Our various companies are doing that since a long time. Now we need to make sure that from a cybersecurity point of view, the threat coming from this extensive supply chain, diverse and so on, is under control, both from I will say the trust, so ensuring that anyone participating to this supply chain has a certain level of qualification. Second, on the matter of reacting, because we can say whatever we want, things will happen. There will be always someone with the right motivation and the right means to go beyond the barrier. So what do we do? And then we need to make sure that it has been prepared. You will not be able to react without rehearsal, without training. So how do we make sure that we are prepared for that? Okay, so that is the end of my presentation. I want just to insist on this part of the collaboration because I think it's critical for the survival, I will say, of our ecosystem. Thank you very much.
So the presentations are short. They're kept short, obviously, so that we don't end up with the long death by PowerPoint, which is a good thing. The side effect is it doesn't leave much time for questions. So unfortunately, if you've got questions, please feel free to catch them at breaks and dinner and drinks and that kind of thing as well. With that, I did catch the note of, I like the chain of dependencies, which all of this is. And then of course, collaboration is key for the vendors and the asset owners as well. And I don't think there's a place on the planet that I've been that has frustrations with ISTAC, CERT, NCSC, CCERT models where information flows in and some things come out, whether they're timely or useful remains to be seen. So we can all get better at that. Right. Okay. And the next presentation up, ready to go. Okay. We have all change, intrusion case studies and cyber threat actors impacting the rail sector with Thomas Scriven and Mitchell Clark from Mandiant. Ready to go, gentlemen?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting us speak today and inviting us to the conference. My name is Mitch Clark. My colleague here is Tom Scriven, and we're from a company called Mandiant, which is a cybersecurity company that has its roots in incident response. So Mandiant is a global company that investigates intrusions of nation state compromises, so espionage, compromises of networks, intrusions into our environments. We deal with ransomware, and we provide a whole bunch of cybersecurity services rooted out of that, including a few intelligence platforms and things like this. I explain this just because Mandiant's a bit of a niche. Not everybody's heard of us, especially those in some of the more long-term industries. So I perform incident response with Mandiant. I'm based out of the London office here in the UK. I've been with Mandiant now for 4 years, and previously I was an assistant director at of cybersecurity operations at the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, which is the Aussie version of the NCSC. And prior to that, I was a cyber warfare officer in the Royal Australian Air Force.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm a principal consultant in a slightly different team to Mitch in the strategic services part of the Mandiant team in the UK. Been here about the same time as Mitch. My background's in UK military as an intelligence analyst, and I spent some time at the Foreign Office as well. Background in security operations and intelligence, and I've been involved in a few CNI cyber projects within the UK.
So today we're going to describe, what are Mandiant's views of the cyber threats facing the rail industry. Lots of different viewpoints, lots of different perspectives. So this is our view of responding to intrusions of rail sector organizations, manufacturers, operators, little suppliers of widgets and this and that. And then we'll go into sort of who are the big players in terms of nation states threatening the rail industry. We'll touch on a little bit of ICS work that Mandiant has done. This is just a small touch. The presentation earlier is a fantastic demonstration of some of the possibilities in the ICS space. Then we'll touch on some criminal activities. So just like all industries, we're facing threats in the rail sector of ransomware, criminal groups who come into our environments and mass deploy destructive ransomware to extort money and to steal data for the same purpose. And then finally, we'll touch on what we're seeing in rail sector intrusions. So when we're responding to these network operators, these manufacturers, folks in our industry, in your industry, what are the attackers actually doing to succeed?
And so I'll be talking through the first half of what Mitch has just described. I'd just like to caveat, this is a reduced deck of a 90-minute talk that we've developed. So apologies for us cantering through it. And if you want any more information on our wider view into the sector, then yeah, come and have a chat. So from a transport sector overview, just to give you an idea of where rail sits within that, you can see on the pie chart that rail is second in terms of intrusions that we're tracking and interest from attackers. The most prominent threat actor active against the whole sector is Fin11. That's a financially motivated threat actor that we track, so a criminal group. Quite comfortably the most prominent. They are pretty efficient at deploying ransomware across a variety of industry verticals. And the top malware family uses Beacon, which is part of the Cobalt Strike testing suite. So that's a legit testing suite that threat actors are using in an illegitimate way. It's very capable and it enables them a level of deniability. So that's why they use it. And people always ask me, like, what's the tooling, what's the Gucci stuff they're using? They'll only use what they need to use to get the job done. And that's the big point here. They won't burn what they don't need to burn. And from a cyber threats overview perspective, apologies, that's quite small on here, but the four main domains that can be affected: safety, disruption, economic, and reputation. Very quickly, safety, thankfully, is we don't track that as it's not very commonly targeted, thankfully, and we class that as effect to risk of life, effectively an injury. There was a use case or a sort of testing incident in 2009 where a signaling system was affected that resulted in a minor derailment, but compared to disruption, it's almost non-existent. Disruption, however, can be both state and financially motivated. It's the most sort of endemic across industry verticals, and it's certainly relevant for rail. That can be anything from the data driving traffic management, axle counting data, terminals for the purchase of tickets, media screens in stations. Just denying or disrupting that is obviously very impactful, both from an operational but also an economic point of view. And that leads me on to the next one. That is obviously financially motivated, but also the state impacts will have an economic impact as well. So the two go hand in hand. And as we'll come on to, I don't want to labor on this slide too long, but there's a variety of different actors that can do that sit within the different pots there. And then finally, the reputation side is the hacktivist side. This sector is not overly affected by that compared to some of the others. However, there is some examples of it, but by no means as bad as what other sectors have. In terms of IT and OT, so obviously, like many other operational technology-based industry verticals that we track, rail has its own endemic problems, right? So IT systems that have to talk to OT systems and the same vice versa. I'm preaching to the converted in this room here, I appreciate that. But what that does is open up the attack surface to potential threats, which versus some other industry-based sectors that we work with, rail is probably more interconnected and relies less on air gaps. So it just, again, the attack surface is bigger and your opportunity to detect and disrupt is slightly less. And I thought the previous talk was really, really great. And really my point here is as well is the sector brings on a lot of systems that are formed of different software, firmware, and hardware. Well, they all into one product, and they all have different vulnerabilities constantly. And keeping an eye on those in one product between those different sort of areas is incredibly difficult. And that's another element we track. And from a supplier point of view, obviously, again, previous talk was great on this. We track a lot of breaches, and Mitch can talk to this as well, where supply chain attack is quite often the way in to the end victim. You can build up a really mature security program and spend a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort. And because of co-connectivity or user access accounts or just mismanagement from a contractor point of view, you undermine it all, because if they breach a supplier, they can get into you as their primary target or as just collateral damage. So that's another sort of issue within the industry as well that we track. But again, there's more on this slide that we can talk to at another time. So I'm going to move on to the nation states now. Obviously, I've had to pick two, and there'll be no shock in this room that Russia is one of them. Obviously, there's a lot of geopolitical things going on at the moment in relation to Russia, which frankly always happens, but is obviously heightened at the moment. As a brief sort of driver from their perspective, Kremlin survival is key. And the reason we talk to this is because we want to understand what motivates their actors to be like they are. They are concerned about NATO encirclement from their perspective, and both of those points result in a very high risk tolerance, and that translates across their wider intelligence community as well, as we've seen in the UK. They have a very capable, probably one of the highest in terms of capability of offensive cyber. They can affect systems both from an enterprise and operational capability. We've tracked them affect safety systems in the energy sector, which was done deliberately to affect the safe operation of a refinery that could have resulted in the loss of life. So they don't mess around effectively. We've broken down on the slide there roughly who reports to who. So Vladimir being at the top, and then some of the groups reporting to the GRU, so their military intelligence arm, some of the more infamous groups, APT28 and Sandworm, and then the FSB have their own sub-teams as well, one of which being Temp Isotope, which I'll talk to in a minute as well. But it's just important to understand how their intelligence functions work, because they can clash heads sometimes as well. So it's important to note. And then on the graphic, you can see who they typically target, which won't be a surprise to anyone here. So Sandworm team, these are a quite famous Russian linked team, ties to the military intelligence side, so the GRU. They've got a very extensive history of conducting espionage, destructive and disruptive operations against CNI targets. They've been active since at least 2009, so they've got a lot of time in this space. Because of who they are from a military intelligence perspective, their attitude is we'll get the job done, and if we're a bit noisy and we cause a collateral damage, so be it. And that's reflected in some of their more physical operations as well. They've conducted espionage targeting against the Ukrainian railway system. And one of the lures they've used, which we've got on the slide here, was around railway investment from a legitimate consulting firm. So they make effort to make their lures look as plausible as possible. They are a very capable team and will spend a lot of time and effort on making those lures and targeting the right people. They're also responsible for the black energy malware that hit Ukraine a few years ago, which resulted in 6 hours of blackouts in Kiev at the control of these actors. That obviously had a spillover effect into the rail system as well. And then the Bad Rabbit campaign was labeled as ransomware, but it was actually destructive. There was no reversing that. And that had an effect on the Kiev metro and some of the other rail systems in Ukraine as well. I've skipped over the other group because of time, but the real one here I wanted to emphasize is this slide around potential retaliation. I'm sure everybody in the room, that's been on people's minds. We assess it as possible that they will conduct additional destructive attacks based on the crisis in Ukraine. Ukraine would be the most likely initial target, but Western NATO allies would definitely be a close second, based off of the fact that sanctions, a lot of high profile PR commentary against the military action that's occurring there at the moment. And the risk is the more that condemnation is, the more likely they are to react to that. And obviously CNI is an appropriate, I would say, target for them, just from purely disruptive even, but potentially destructive as well. And just to add to the issues from that point of view, Conti, who are a very sort of well-renowned, infamous and capable ransomware group, announced their support of the Russian government as well, which isn't ideal. They're already very active, but if they are acting on behalf of the Russian government as well, then that only raises that risk. And as you can see on the graphic there, transportation we assess as a moderate to high risk in Western Europe and NATO. In other spillover, so this is coming from the other side here, really. So Cyber Partisans, they're a Belarusian sort of hacktivist group. They targeted the Belarusian railway. Some of you may have seen this on Twitter. They have expressed support for the Ukrainian people. The reason that railway was targeted is because it was being used to move Russian and Ukrainian troops around in support of the military operation. They impacted ticket systems at multiple terminals. And they claim to have affected traffic management, which resulted in the use of manual control versus automated. The company came out and said, oh, it's just ticket systems that are affected and they're down for maintenance, trying to manage that message. But we tracked a Telegram group of the Belarusian workers transport group, and they said that 2 hubs in Minsk and another operational hub were majorly impacted because of a control system was affected. So it just shows that geopolitics can have an effect, and these sort of criminal groups and hacktivists can actually have an effect. Other state actors are using this conflict as well. We're tracking a Chinese group that is using the Ukraine conflict as part of its operation as a lure as well, because obviously it's very topical. Conscious of time. So I'm going to move on to China now. The one other in this deck from a nation state perspective. This is very much a strategic and global economic dominance type of approach versus the Russian side. The Belt and Road Initiative is Xi's flagship program. It has to work. It's them one of the only times in history, or a handful of times in history, they projected westwards as opposed to dominating like the South China Sea and the surrounding countries. And a big part of that is railway infrastructure across the countries to the west of them. Made in China 2025, which I've got a slide on in a minute, basically is, here's the technology spaces we need to get better at versus the West. And that will include proprietary technologies and wider business intelligence, how we operate our high-end companies in the West, and how we integrate technology and people and processes. They are desperately after that type of information, as well as business negotiations. If they can undermine that in any way, they will. And that also comes into play when it comes to the acquisition of Western companies as well. If they can't get the data or they can't develop the technology, the risk is now that they'll just come and acquire the company. And I understand there's government controls to try and mitigate that now from a national security perspective. But yeah, it's wider as well. And that's some of the groups we track that have historically targeted rail transportation. So Made in China 2025, as I said, this is part of the 13th and 14th 5-year plan. That's the Communist Party telling, right, over the next 4 or 5 years, here's areas we really want to prioritize. High-tech sectors, as I've mentioned, advanced rail and railway equipment was specifically highlighted as areas that they need to improve in. Mainly aimed at, from a domestic point of view, trying to edge out the foreign companies that are dominating that Chinese market at the moment. They want the Chinese domestic product to come to the fore. So their intrusions very much marry up to that. The tasking of their state-sponsored groups marries up to this type of official statements, and we can align those. Yeah, as I've said, supporting state interests. And whilst core industries are in increased risk of targeting, so within the rail sector, so are some of the peripheral targets as well. So that could be legal, other wider consulting, and things like that. Anyone that can sit on the periphery that they can get any information on, they'll go for. They're very much a mass collection intelligence type of organization. And again, they'll use the supply chain way in as well. They're infamous for that, the Chinese group. So just one to be aware of. And very quick slide on our ICS assessments. We've done, as you can see on the slide, some red teams. So emulating those threat actors that we track. That's where we sort of, our bread and butter really. And then we can do health checks and some of the other things you can see here. So reaching rail operators, OT network from the internet, just really trying to mirror what the potential threat actors could do. And the common findings, again, pretty high level and have been talked to already during this conference, but missing patches, reuse of credentials across multiple systems, and some others there. The real one I'd like to highlight as well is the lack of monitoring and log analysis on some of these industrial control systems and operational technology. When it comes to response and things, all of that visibility is key to be able to appropriately scope the investigation and respond. And with the lack of monitoring and log analysis that we've tracked, that obviously has a massive impact, and you can almost go dark then on what the actor's done. Moving on to cybercrime, ransomware and extortion. What we're seeing is they've changed from a hit an edge device that might be vulnerable and just try and encrypt whatever's around there and go from there. They're now operating a bit more like a nation state, where it's breach a network, conduct that credential theft, do that internal reconnaissance, move laterally, find where the pain points are, find what's critical, find the backups, stage that to be denied, exfiltrate sensitive data, then drop the ransomware. So they're doing a lot more high level targeting and operations post breach, and typically 5 days is the
Typically 5 days, but in some cases, we are dealing with attackers who drop ransomware the same day, right? Compromise an organization, get to domain admin that day, get to the domain controllers, and distribute ransomware everywhere. So the impact is hitting much faster, and that trend is going to get smaller, right? 5 days is already ridiculous. We're going to go lower, unfortunately.
100%, yeah. And then another piece as well is we've seen maritime ports being impacted. Suppliers to those that also run the railheads and things like that. That's a big target for ransomware gangs, because they know that infrastructure targeting like that means a likelier payout because of the effect it has on supply chain and the economy of the country that exists in. Yeah, I'll move on very quickly. This is a sort of timeline of ransomware and extortion examples. So this is based off of the tracking that we do of their leaking sites. So as there's a breach, and they'll take the data and then they can leak it to sort of put pressure on the victim organization to pay for the decryption key, or just to pay them to stop leaking that information. So you can see a range of ransomware gangs there, some of them more famous in the news than others. But yeah, one thing to take away here is it's not just the ransomware denying your infrastructure, it's the fact that there's a leak that goes alongside it. And that can be anything from executive emails on mergers and acquisitions to really high-end proprietary intellectual property and things like that. So they'll take whatever they think will put the most pressure on you to pay, essentially. So it's understanding that as well. Other leaks then, and this is an example of a leak, but in this case it was critical operational technology information. This is part of a breach of a manufacturer of both industrial and passenger trains. It included that password admin document, all sorts of really sensitive things that I won't go into too much detail for obvious reasons, but the fact that it's been sold is obviously bad, but then actors can then take could potentially take this and develop a more crafted attack, or learn about the system itself and then be able to be more destructive in the future. So multiple issues there. And then finally, before I hand over to Mitch, we also obviously monitor these underground forums, and there was, in this case, leaked rail signaling data. This was more than likely a user accidentally putting it into an unsecured GitHub account, which happens all the time. It's just in this case, it's signaling data, config, logs, tech information, 1.4 gig of that data from the supplier that we've redacted there. Again, including very sort of specific information, and again, obviously the leak of that is bad from their perspective, but then from our perspective, tracking future trends and threats, it only adds to the information that attackers can use to craft further attacks. So it's just another one to keep an eye on, that accidental insider / malicious insider piece as well. Hand over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Tom. All right, so now let's get into the nuts and bolts of intrusions within the rail and transport sector. So if we boil all of those threat actors, both the nation states and the ransomware criminal groups, down into their core motivations, we come up with the list that we see up here at the moment. Espionage attackers, nation states sometimes just want to be in networks for the sake of being there. So long-term strategic access. And the reason for this is it's a contingency, either a contingency to steal further information in the future, whether that be intellectual property or commercial data for advantage, whatever the reason is, or to be pre-placed for cyber effects into the future. When you're trying to use cyber warfare to make real world impacts, you have to be in the networks that you want to impact beforehand. You can't begin to compromise organizations at the beginning of hostilities in the hope that within a day or two you can deliver that effect, whether that's to disable a central rail hub or to affect trains or whatever it is. You have to be there prior. So a lot of our nation state intrusions that we respond to globally in the rail sector and the transport sector more broadly are sometimes just for the sake of being there. I mentioned intellectual property theft. That's another always reason for nation state attackers to compromise our networks. And that third point, lateral movement into partner networks. This is something that is becoming more and more common. As Tom mentioned, a whole bunch of our breaches these days can track their root cause not to a phishing email or a vulnerable edge device. It's to VPN access that was given to a third party, Citrix access, contractor access into our estates. As the Alstrom presentation went through, we're big meshed networks of organizations. We all rely on each other, and that's true of this sector and most sectors, particularly those construction or manufacturing sectors. So, a whole bunch of breaches are happening because one compromise led to another, which led to another, and onwards. And that's true for both espionage motivated attacks, so nation states, as well as criminal ransomware. And that's probably where the terrifying bit for most operators come in that the ransomware attackers are now onto the fact that if they can grab these VPN credentials, they can leverage these to go off into those partner environments. You get 3 organizations ransomed for the price of one group of effort. Of course, the criminal attackers will always want to deploy ransomware, but a lot of these groups now, as Tom mentioned, are also stealing data. This is a double whammy, right? I want to come into your organization, I'm going to steal your proprietary information or junk information, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then I'm going to deploy ransomware to your whole organization to knock over your operations. If you're able to recover, I still have your data to extort, right? If you don't pay me X millions of dollars, I will post this to an online forum, and then you'll be embarrassed or you'll lose that IP or whatever it is. So it's a really nasty criminal act that a lot of these ransomware groups are doing to increase the likelihood of payout. So when Mandiant is talking about an intrusion, we typically talk about it in terms of the attack life cycle. Every attacker has to step through more or less all of these steps or most of these steps when compromising an organization, whether you're a sophisticated threat group with hundreds of developers and millions of dollars worth of resources, or whether you're a small ransomware crew, a couple people. You have to get into an organization. You have to make sure you can stay in that organization. You have to gain the privilege that you need to do your mission. You need to understand the network you're operating in, and you need to do the thing that you came to do. So as we step through these intrusion case studies, we're just going to focus on the 2 key differentiators for the rail sector. Everything else in that chain, yes, there are per sector variations, but as a whole, the attackers' tradecraft during these parts of the breach are fairly common. And the initial compromise and the move laterally stages of the rail sector are shared with others, right? So this is just what we see drawn from our transportation and rail sector breach investigations. So in terms of the big 4, the number 1 way organizations in the rail and transport sector are being hit are via unpatched edge devices and spear phishing. So in the past, we were in a situation where an edge device could remain vulnerable on facing the internet for a couple of days, maybe some weeks, and we'll patch it the next time we can. These days with nation state groups, you have a few hours maybe if an attacker is taking those vulnerabilities and building exploits for it. And the ransomware crews are also getting very good at taking public exploits for known vulnerabilities and weaponizing them to gain access to as many organizations as possible. They'll spray the internet with these exploits, and wherever they land, they'll triage in terms of whether they want to progress through the ransomware or not. Spear phishing will always be a thing. It's a direct access into workstations, so that's not going to go away. I've already talked about the third-party access, which is new, right? In terms of methods, organizations are being compromised. And supply chain compromise is also quite relevant. So supply chain compromise is when an attacker compromises a partner, poisons the update process in their software or the platform, the thing that we buy from them, And then when we update our kit, whether that's software or hardware, we've inadvertently introduced an attacker into our network because the supply chain has been poisoned. In terms of mitigations, to deal with unpatched edge devices, a healthy vulnerability management program is the key here. Easier said than done, right? This is extremely difficult to do properly because, for our big conglomerates, our big multinationals, stuff is popping up on the edge of our estate, facing the internet all the time, uncontrolled. Different business units are doing their own things. So a healthy vulnerability management program requires you to rapidly identify what your attack surface is. It requires you to rapidly work out, is it vulnerable to anything? And you need a whole bunch of plumbing in your organization, organizational plumbing, people plumbing, to work out who owns this and how do we patch it or make it not vulnerable as quickly as possible. Spear phishing I won't really touch on because it's a threat that's been around as long as there's been email, but you've got multiple points to combat that. Third-party access is difficult. We want to trust our partners, our suppliers. As again, the Alstrom presentation said, we all depend on trust, right? So how are we managing our third-party access? If I give you credentials to come in and manage your widget as part of a contract, can you access anything in my network? What privileges do you have when you connect to our estate? So proper management to make sure that those contractors or those partners can only do the thing that we're paying them to do, right? Tight controls on that sense. Multi-factor authentication is a perennial issue for third-party access, as is making sure the applications they've got access to are restricted. Finally, in terms of supply chain compromise, this is the most difficult because there is the key fix for supply chain compromise has nothing to do with your organization. It's the supplier, right? The compromise of the supplier is essentially outside of your control. So in terms of mitigations, the best we can do is be ready to respond should one of our suppliers get hit and one of their updates be poisoned within our estate. So that's talking about, well, that's focusing on detection and response capabilities. Would we detect this if it happened in the middle of our network? And can we respond to it, right? Do we have the support processes in place, the partners in place, the staff in place to deal with that? And unfortunately, we depend on logs. We depend on trying to reverse engineer what happened and understand how the attacker moved off that supplier box. In terms of the second part of the attack lifecycle, we'll focus on today. Attackers in the transport sector are focusing on, or when they're doing their business, right? This is once they're in the network. They're using legitimate network protocols. So all this means is they move about a network the same way our staff, our admins, our engineers operate. So for example, if you have a group of engineers managing some part of the production environment, they'll just go figure out how those guys do that and go copy that. So the same stuff, you're essentially dealing with an insider threat at that point from a detection and response point of view. In terms of their other tradecraft, the tactics, techniques, and procedures, nation state groups are using custom backdoors. This has been true for a while. It's true now. They're making their malware and they make their own malware to be stealthy to reduce the chance of detection. Nation state groups, as well as ransomware groups, criminal groups, are also using the commercial penetration testing tools that Tom mentioned earlier. And web shells and VPN Citrix remote access solution is around forever. Oops. So in terms of what I was talking about in terms of that lateral movement, if we're a complex manufacturer, this is a really simplified, dodgy version of what a corporate network might look like. We've got our corporate side where we all deal with our email, our finance, our suppliers. That's where we do our day-to-day business. And there'll be some network segmentation and segregation with a firewall or some other security device. And then there'll be a production environment where our engineers, operators, and staff live to manage the actual network. And finally, there might be a separate OT network or it might be part of production. Like I said, very simplified. And the point of this is that, as I mentioned, the attackers will work out how you jump between that environment and copy that. So our job as defenders is to make sure that at each stage of the attack lifecycle, at each stage of that lateral movement chain, we have detection and mitigation opportunities. So if and when this does happen, we'll be able to detect it and be able to respond. So they might work out, I can only go to production if I jump onto a particular corporate server, and that lets me into production, and then so on and so forth into wherever it is they're going or whatever it is they're doing. So to sort of wrap up the things that we're seeing in the rail sector in our incident response, for nation state attackers, we're seeing more stealthy malware to remain undetected and improved operational security, less slip ups. Classic cat and mouse game between defenders and attackers, and that's been true forever. So hopefully there's no surprises there. In terms of the ransomware threat actors, they're just being more effective, right? They're much quicker to bang, much quicker to deploy that ransomware. They're being clever in how they compromise organizations, using those public vulnerabilities and spraying them across the internet to compromise multiple organizations with one hit. And they're being more effective in terms of the data they're stealing as well. Historically, they would just take whatever data they could find on a file server. Now, some of them are getting a bit smarter and saying, look, let's go focus on your customer data, on your intellectual property data, on your commercial data, whatever it is that they can get their hands on while they're in your network to increase that extortion threat. Back to Tom.
Thanks, Steve. So yeah, just to conclude, we've managed to get it in time, which is impressive. Yeah, we've, as Mitch has said, really sophisticated threat actors are now they see the rail industry as what it is, CNI, and they know that it forms a key pillar to our modern economies. So as Mitch said, being in there and even just residing there is a big win for them, and as it is from a financial perspective as well for the criminals. Whilst the ransomware piece remains untargeted, the scanning for the vulnerabilities, like Mitch said, as the initial sort of to find those vulnerabilities. Once they're in and post-breach, they are very effective now. The effectiveness of these ransomware gangs once they're in is frightening, and they are improving at speed as well. The increased, obviously, digitalization, optimization, just increasing that attack surface and potential impacts. Challenges around the wider attack surface anyway, because of how digitalized our economies are, and how the rail sector especially. And then because the rail sector is part of CNI, the targeting can be influenced by geopolitical events completely outside of our control, that can raise the crosshairs potentially on the sector itself. And that's the conclusion of our brief. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Want to go?
I was going to say, we haven't seen a whole lot of public OT types of rail attacks, at least publicized a whole lot, but we have a unique opportunity here to make sure that we're aware of the vulnerabilities and that this doesn't happen, hopefully. And it just came up in a conversation I was having earlier about how we're not seeing a whole lot of rail attacks. Most of it's on passenger side or IT sides, but the OT vulnerabilities are there, and it's our opportunity to really look at this and understand where those vulnerabilities are, so that we don't have more problems. And trains aren't just carrying people.
Right.
There's a lot of hazardous materials being transported in the United States as well. Of course, there's a lot of oil by freight and things of this nature. So let's stick my 2 cents in there.
Fantastic. Thank you, James. So did the attack on the Belarusian rail system get your attention? I see some heads nodding. I expected some vigorous head nodding. Yeah, if that didn't get your attention, you are not paying attention. So yeah, and the fact that there was lots of rumors. Thank you for confirming that it actually did impact the operational side. Yeah, it's good to see. So one of or at least some of the key pieces I pulled out of this one: lack of monitoring and log analysis. And this one is imperative. If we started with the asset management stuff, if you don't know what you have, you can't protect it. If you're not logging what's going on, then you don't know what's going on. You can't do anything about that either. And it affects organizations like Mandiant's ability to actually help you, or you to help yourself and see what's going on. And what amazes me is, in all of the various forms of OT and ICS that I've seen, we are absolutely profoundly good at operational telemetry. If something happens in our environment, we know about it from an operational or safety perspective. Why are we so bad at it from the security side? It just baffles me. We're so good at it on all the other areas but security. I know it's a maturity thing and we're working our way into it, but leverage those things that we're already very, very good at and just piggyback security on top of all that as well. Okay. Timing. Okay, just a couple of minutes ahead. Fantastic. So we can move on to the next one. Okay. Serge and Christian, why we need TS 50701? Yeah. Okay, gentlemen.
All right. Is it okay to hear me? Is it fine? No.
Yeah,
All right.
test again. There you go.
No, it's better. All right. So it was already briefly introduced. So Serge and I'm now going to talk a bit about the TS 50701, which is a new technical specification on European level about cybersecurity for railways. So really specific. I'll start with a bit of the background on this whole topic, why it was started, who did the work, so that you get a feeling of the importance, and also maybe some questions are answered. Maybe why is railway a bit behind in security, while we are good in safety, for instance. And Serge afterwards will take over and go into the details of the work that was done there. So maybe a bit about the specific challenges we have in the railway domain. You might now think, okay, railways, that's also, there are some standards out there for security like ISO 27001. Okay, you could use ISO 27001 for just setting up a security management system, also for a supermarket. Quite nice. You can of course use this for railways, but you have to close a very big gap afterwards because this is so generic that it might not help you that much. And it also does not really go into the deep relations we have between the stakeholders in the railway domain typically. Then the next thing you might say is, okay, we have the IEC 62443 there, which is a bit better because, yeah, it is about ICS security, so quite close to railways. But there are still some points that are not 100% covered, and where we see gaps, or where we saw gaps before starting the work on the technical specification. You can see some of them currently on the screen. So I think the most obvious thing, which typically separates the railways a bit from normal ICS environments, is that attackers have a very easy access to physical environments. While if you have a power plant somewhere, you can put a fence around, you can put mines, you can put watchdogs, whatever, guards. But with railways, in Germany, there is a network of, I think it's about 33,000 kilometers of railways. So there were discussions about putting fences around this. The easiest discussion that was done there was about the cost that such a fence would produce. But then even if you somehow can tackle this, you have discussions with environmental protection because, some animals might want to cross the tracks and so on, and they are not allowed anymore, and quite some nice stories there. And of course, also the passengers have to somehow cross the tracks. There are railway crossings, and if you put a fence there and protect everything, nice. So you are lost. And also on stations, you have maybe signals quite close to points where passengers are in the trains. You have, of course, some management systems for ventilation, maybe also for passenger information. Of course, you will have Wi-Fi and so on. So it's quite distributed and open. Another thing is, I mentioned it already before, trains cannot be seen as a thing on their own. If you have ATO or also ETCS, the train is communicating with the infrastructure. So these are somehow communicating. And if now the train is traveling across Europe or some other countries or parts of other continents or whatever, then you have a communication from a train from Germany, for instance, with an interlocking system in Belgium. Do you know what the Belgium infrastructure manager is exactly doing? Not 100% sure. Could be something different. And you have in general a very big data center on wheels traveling across countries and communicating also more and more with the infrastructure on those countries. So it is cannot be seen as something on its own, but it is part of a very large ecosystem, and you have to respect this. And of course, quite obvious, you have safety critical and non-safety critical stuff. So you have braking systems on trains, but also you have passenger information systems, and you have to find ways how to maybe get information from the train that might be interesting for the passengers, like the speed, to the systems there without having the possibility to interfere with the safety critical ones. And I think we'll see it later on. We need, of course, synchronization points between stakeholders, and everything has to be commercially viable, because if we do everything with quite big expenses and develop everything on our own, then we are lost and will be taken over by platooning on streets and whatever. So it has to be commercially viable, because otherwise nobody can afford rail transport. So this was the starting point, I think 5 years ago. From this, we defined a working group on European level. The generic title was really railway applications and cybersecurity. And the main goal was really to cover all areas that we have in the railway domain, not just focusing on infrastructure like signaling technologies, also not just focusing on trains, and also not just on fixed installations, but really bringing it all together, let the people discuss, and also find ways how this whole network, this whole system and domain can be secured, because in the end, everything is connected in some way. This led in the end to a quite nice working group. We had, or still have, 96 experts participating in the group, and 20 to 30 experts are really contributing and also participating to face-to-face or currently virtual events. And almost all European countries are present there, and we have also some observers from European Railway Agency, as well as the ENISA, so the Cybersecurity Agency of Europe. So to really have an aligned thing which also fulfills and will tackle the upcoming challenges we will have from a legal point of view. So key goals you can see in the center. It was really to have something that takes the whole sector and makes a unified way for cybersecurity, so that not an, let's say, operator A goes to a supplier B and tells him, yeah, I want to have a system built according to NIST. Then operator B goes to the same supplier and tells him, yeah, but I want to have another system built with IEC. And the supplier in the end might think about, okay, now I have several sets of requirements, specific version for each operator, or maybe do some mappings and so on. So this gets very complicated. So really have one way for the rail sector. And of course, this thing should not be developed on its own, like reinventing the wheel, but really using the good stuff we already have out there in the field and adapt it to the railway environment. And on the lower part, you can see the document was, the creation was started 2017, took around about 4 years, or I see exactly 4 years to publication, and had in between some nice milestones, like getting the first European commenting round with, I think it was more than 2,000 comments on this document. This was quite a severe date when we received this. Afterwards, tackling 2,000 comments, this can be lots of fun. So what will happen now as the document is published? There is currently sort of a rework ongoing of this document. And this will be fed into an IEC working group, which then leads to sort of a bit of discussion afterwards, and hopefully in the next 3 years to a publication of this document on a global level. So really as an IEC standard. Just a brief overview before we go later on in the details. So what is this document built on top? We took the IEC 62443 series because ICS security is quite close to railway security that we want to have. We also thought about, okay, what do we already have inside the companies usually when it's about developing systems? And quite common is we have safety management systems or safety development life cycles like EN 5126, which defines a whole life cycle, and we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. So we adjusted the cybersecurity activities to this life cycle so that companies can, let's say, build security on top of the good processes they already have. And of course, we also made some adjustments according to the common safety methods, so about risk acceptance and how this can be handled, and adapted all the points to a railway context, which in the end led up to a common architecture model. You will see it later on, as well as ways how to handle legacy systems and safety and security. What I already mentioned on the last slide is currently there is some work undergoing. There is a re-examination happening on European level. And of course, if everything runs well, then we will have in 2 or 3 years an IEC standard from the same document. But yeah, if we don't receive another 2,000 comments, it will be nice. So maybe just to set the scope a bit, how is the idea that this document is used? You can see on the right side, this nice arrow is typically what you have from a regulatory point of view. Let's think about the NIST directive. So this document doesn't, so the NIST directive does not distinguish between IT and OT. It just says your operation has to work, sort of. A very, very high level view on this. So in your business enterprise, you might already have something running, maybe an ISO 27001 conformant ISMS, something like this. So you most likely will think about what to do with our operational technologies. And this is the area where a TS 50701 should kick in. This is really focused on the OT part. It takes some parts from 62443, and in the end, you should connect your ISMS to the TS 50701. So the TS is not replacing the ISMS, and it's also not relying on 27001. You can use whatever, but there should be a management system, because otherwise you might have later on with maintenance and other things a bit of an issue. How this looks like from a life cycle perspective, for those that have a bit of safety background, this is the the typical development life cycle of a safety system according to EN 50126. So you start on the upper left, and in the end, if you decommission a system, you're on the upper right. You define some stuff in here. You start with a concept, then define everything, do risk analysis. Here you hand it over to sort of a manufacturer, and afterwards receive a system, validate it, and so on. What the TS is dealing with is everything above this blue line. So it is helping, or aims to help, during system definition, how to properly build a concept, and so on. But in the product phase, it simply tells you, okay, the supplier should work according to 62443-4-1 or dash, not or, but and -2. Why did we do this? Quite simple. If we would state we need something from the TS here, then every supplier that builds ICS components or security components for ICS would have to sort of recertify according to 5701. Due to this split here, if you have a product, for instance, some security gateway or whatever that is built according to 62443, fulfills everything there, then you can also apply it in the railway domain. If you have the according security level target identified before, and then this thing can provide it, you're done. So the main goal was to keep it in a way that we do not need specific railway certifications for security or products there that will be applied, but really be open for the market to use commercial off-the-shelf stuff. Okay, Serge.
Yep, thanks, Christian. So I'm Serge Gabriel, working for Alstom and acting the Senelec work group as a secretary. So thanks for this very good introduction. We go make a big dive in the content of the TS 500-5701. So first, in the TS, we have a railway model. So the goal of this railway model, in fact, is to the TS to make the bridge between the IT guys with cybersecurity experts. We know the ICS, we know the ICS world, but we don't know the specificity of the railway domain. And also, the TS is intended for the people from railway domain, but which are not yet expert in cybersecurity, to make the bridge between the both population. So you will see inside the TS a proposed generic railway model, which is provided as an example to the railway operator, for example, in order to be able to distinguish what are in the train, what are on trackside system, what are on the station, and the typical subsystem you can find, which have been classified by signaling, subsystem, command and control, auxiliary, comfort, and public. So this is an help to go inside the subsystem and to be able to perform risk assessment and risk analysis. One part which is important in this TS is that we want to have a global view and a holistic view at system level when providing a system from a system integrator to an operator. So in the work group, it's addressed to experts from operator, integrator, and suppliers. And as Christian already said, we want to address all components of railway systems, so signaling, rolling stock, fixed installation, and of course, telecom backbone. A key point also of this document is to define the border between safety and cybersecurity. As we already spoke previously in the day, there is quite a structuring difference between safety and cybersecurity in the life cycle. In safety, once we have demonstrated that our system is resilient against hazard and reproductive issue. In security, we want to be resilient against new threat and malice. And so that means that in security, we need to be able to update the system, and in safety, we want to not update it. So we need to have a segregation between two, but safety is a key stakes to be considered in cybersecurity analysis. So we need to make the link between these two disciplines, and it is one of the targets of STS to make the link between these two disciplines and to specify how it should operate. After the, and we'll see that a bit after. After the model, railway model, generic railway model, we provide a link between the typical EN 50126 phases, which are used in railway for signaling system, but we could be used also for fixed or rolling stock according to context. And so it is our main standard for safety-related system, and to make the mapping between these typical phases with cybersecurity activities, and make the link between two, and identify synchronization points between the cybersecurity activities and the rest of the development team, so the engineering or the rest of the team. And so, for example, during what is called the concept phase of a railway system or railway application, we will need, very important, to identify what is the security context, what are the threats to be considered. It will drive all the rest of the analysis. What are the life cycle aspects to be considered also? Because we want to optimize the total life cycle cost of the cybersecurity. And it will, according to this purpose, the scope, the applicable security standard, and so on, we will define a cybersecurity management plan. And in the TS, we propose, as an example, a typical structure of cybersecurity management plan to be followed during project execution. After, during the system definition and operation context, so for each phase, we will define what are the relevant part of the TS to be considered. So what are the initial, we have to perform, for example, initial risk assessment, to partition the system in zone and conduit, and so on. And we provide the link to the part of the TS which detail the activity to be performed. This mapping can be adapted to over development cycle. So it's fully provided for the EN 5126 development cycle, and you have some criteria of adaptation to saying, okay, if you want to use something other than the 5126, it's possible, but you need to respect all the activities and to map all the deliverables of what is requested by the TS. So there is flexibility in the application of the cybersecurity activities. From railway detailed risk assessment, we had some topics which were in fact coming from the return of experience on safety, and we reuse a bit the same. So the notion of code of practice and reference system. So in safety, we can use existing system to demonstrate that we are at the adequate level in safety. So this thing should be adapted to a cybersecurity context. But the idea is, okay, we have identified a set of threat and vulnerability. And if we have already, so code of practice, we can call it a security profile also. If we have a relevant applicable security profile, we can apply it. And this security profile demonstrates that it is resilient against a given set of threats. And so the idea is to be more efficient and to be able also to agree on security profile in order to implement more quickly, to be able to handle a set of threats more quickly. The important difference between the application of this concept in cybersecurity versus safety is that we need to demonstrate that the security profile is still relevant. So if it has 10 years ago, okay, it made a some threat, but perhaps it's no more relevant because things have evolved. So we need to demonstrate and to check that the used security profile of reference system is still relevant in your current context. From also the railway development cycle, we took and we add to the 62443 the notion of cybersecurity case. That means at the end, when we deliver the solution, when the system integrator will deliver a solution to an operator or asset owner, he will need to demonstrate that everything has been done in the right way. And we call this demonstration cybersecurity case. So in this cybersecurity case, you will find all the evidence that the adequate process has been followed, that the risk assessment has been performed and covered the risk has been mitigated, and also that the system has been well implemented, well configured, and is resilient. And at one moment, we will do the handover between the system integrator and the operator. And the handover is also a key point because it's the transfer of the responsibility of a system, of the security of a system. So it should be prepared in advance in order to make sure that, okay, and we transfer all the credentials, all the sensitive stuff and so on to the operator. And one part is to transfer the responsibility of the case. And after it will be up to the operator to maintain the cybersecurity case and the demonstration that the system is still resilient against cyber threats. We propose in the TS also in an annex a typical structure of the cybersecurity case. So it is there. So we have a reminder of the threat and risk assessment. So cybersecurity case can be a folder of documents. It's not necessarily one single document. It can be a folder or refer to other documents we produced. So the threat risk assessment. Then what are the requirement specification about cybersecurity requirement specification on the system? What has to be implemented in the system? How we manage the cybersecurity when delivering the system, building the system, or operating the system? And then how we fulfill these objectives? And all the evidence related, for example, for verification, testing activities, penetration testing, and so on, to demonstrate that we fulfill these objectives. Traceability to cybersecurity requirement. And also one very important thing, what we call the security related application condition. So the list of exported constraints that to operate the system in a secure way, you need to respect during the installation, during the maintenance, and during the operation. And at the end, conclusion, the claim and the residual risk status, which should be accepted by the operator or the asset owner. So in conclusion of the TS, it has been published in July 21. It has been presented to ERA and ENISA during a co-event they organized, and we were part of this co-event. The UNIFI report is promoting the TS, so it's accepted and promoted by the organization regrouping all the almost all the main railway actors in the industrial side, and the ENISA itself, so it's the European organization related to security of information system, has based a report on the TS 5701. Last thing, as Christian already said, we are working together in the AUC to propose this TS as a start of an international standard. So now it is an European technical specification. What could be, if it's accepted, voted by the different national committee, is that it become a EUC, and so with EUC, we have other actors than the European countries. We will have Israeli actor, we will have Chinese actor, Japanese actor, and so on, to contribute and to define an international standards. You will find in the presentation the two links from the ENISA and the UNIFI report we are speaking about. So if you are curious, you can go there. So thank you. If you have any question.
Fantastic. So I looked at you combined three different things to come up with this one. Was what I got out of the first part of the presentation, correct? Was the IEC 62443, there were some safety standards. Okay, that's interesting. So it's more uniquely tailored to just the rail environment. Okay, and 2,000 comments.
Yep.
Yeah, my question is that a high degree of support, or is what were in the comments?
So
generally.
The thing is, we were already thinking during this development phase, we were thinking about what are we really developing currently? There's something completely new for the rail sector at this time. Safety is well known over years, decades, while security is something new. Due to this, we decided on voluntary base to say, okay, we do a commenting round,
okay,
in order to see if what we are doing goes into the right direction or if we are missing something. Which in the end was a good decision, because afterwards, after addressing the comments, it was quite a good document. There were some improvements also on technical level and stuff like this. And it led to an okay process. It took a bit more time than expected, but it was good for improvement because really it was something new.
Okay. About how much of this standard changed based on the comments? 5%, 10%?
I would say around 10%, because there was there are some critical comment on some parts, for example, interface between safety and security.
Right.
It was a hot topic of discussion within
Okay.
our group. And there is also, it's a standard stuff. So there is a big part of comment which also editorial or almost editorial stuff. So you have to respect this regulation rule to how to write this and how to write this. So there is and it's a bit complex. So we have one part of this comment which make a numerous comment which was more on that aspect, but there are also some critical comment on the content. And as it was new, for a test, normally you publish it, you make it circulate and you vote. Here we follow more the one for a norm, so that we make it circulate once.
Mm-hmm.
We review comment. We work during almost 1 year more. And after we deliver the TS.
Okay.
No.
Fantastic. Yeah. And to find one of the pull quotes I got was to find the line or link between security and safety. That's the target, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So
Great, thanks. Yeah.
two targets, in fact. This one key, and the other was to have a standard interface, I will say, between system integrator and operator.
Okay.
This is it was one of the main topics also of this TS to allow, in fact, to have a same expectation in both sides.
Yeah. Fantastic. There was a question I saw? No? Okay. Yeah, I think I might have seen you reaching up to the camera. All right. With that, let's see, we are just a few minutes ahead of schedule, which I'm sure no one will complain. We get a few more minutes for lunch and expo. And again, the vendors, it's important to go by, talk to the vendors, see what they've got to offer. And let's see, we've got a 12:50 to 13:50 lunch and network expo. So I'll see everybody back at 10 before 14. Thanks, everyone.
You just wanna touch, you don't want my heart, baby, you just Coaster all alone. You don't wanna ride the bus like this. Never knowing who to trust like this. You don't wanna be stuck up on that stage singing. Stuck up on that stage singing. Oh, I know. I said
Previously, but yeah, it was a it is a milestone in the sector, and it's the way to have standardization, well, lack of fragmentation in applying the cybersecurity requirements in our sector. I think the presenters, the speakers before were very modest because for you to know this technical specification that hopefully will become an international standard has been very well recognized by other sectors and other transport modes. And they are asking Sensenelec to have more information about this and to be a reference not only for the rail sector that is already, but in other sectors. So I think it's a very good thing, and it will help us, and it's already starting helping us. And also what I was explaining before with the Cybersecurity Act, we have the certification, the Cybersecurity certification framework. So currently, probably you know about this, but the ICT products, services, and processes will need to be certified. And this is enforced in the NIS2 directive proposal. So having a certification scheme will address, let's say, all the topics in an homogeneous approach for an industry, for a sector. Other sectors already have their own certification scheme and schemes, and NISA is developing, let's say, general certification schemes for 5G, for the general one for product services and processes, but also there is one for cloud services. So I think having, we think, when I say I talk from UNIFE and from our members, what we think is that having a certification scheme could be a good approach to start working in the same direction, even though if there are some.
There's another thing that I wanted to do when I pick up this use case. And again, it's not easy to pick up a use case because we don't want to share too much. I wanted something that is broad enough that it can talk to the various system under consideration when we do cybersecurity on a rail operator. So we're going to address automation and orchestration in cybersecurity through a use case. All right, so what is this use case? So we're talking about greenfield. It's quite advanced rail operator, train a driverless system, and the context from a regulation perspective is we are in EMEA, somewhere in EMEA in a city. The drivers from a regulation perspective were NIS directive, ISO 27K on the IT side, and IEC 62443 for the OT side. The operator needs, as usual, was to ensure reliability, availability, safety. It was also to make sure that we are protected against 0 days. And this, we're going to see, is not so easy to address. And also to address automation and orchestration, because the threat hunting teams and the security teams of the SOC were under high pressure when it comes to workload and ability to address the various security aspects. The system under consideration are basically trackside, operation control and maintenance, stations, rolling stocks, and interesting to notice as well, the power distribution. So there are 4 technology that my company have been deploying together with the EPC and the system integrators. We're talking about implementing zones and conduits, so doing the right segmentation, doing SD1 between the various station and the control center, implementing sandboxing to address the advanced persistent threat risks, and also addressing the orchestration through SOAR and SIM technology. So we're going to see all these aspects in the next few slides. But before we get to the use case, I wanted to make a step back on some regulatory aspects. So let's start with IEC 62443. IEC 62443 is really about, but not only about segmentation. The ISA 99 committee leverage the Purdue reference model. I don't know who in the audience is familiar with the Purdue reference model. It's very important in ICS and OT. So the ISA committee leveraged on the Purdue reference model to define these zones and conduits, which are very important. How do we secure these various zones? By implementing enforcement boundaries. So above the red dotted line, you've got the IT side, right? And again, above you've got the cloud, and this usually will be, and in this case will be under ISO 27K regulation, standards and best practice, sorry. Below the red line, you've got the OT side of the house. And as Serge and Christian mentioned before, here we are more into the IC 62443 domain and moving forward, hopefully, in Europe, TS 50701. So this enforcement boundary, the most important is definitely the IT-OT one, because below you define your OT secure perimeter. And the capabilities of the next-gen firewall that will enable this critical piece will be performance, availability, ease of use. Of course, lower down the Purdue reference model, you will need to segment again further your zones and conduits. And you will do that with internal segmentation, next-gen firewall. And here, different types of capabilities will be required. Very often, you will need to have industrial class type of firewalls because you've got magnetic fields, you've got vibrations. You will need to be very important OT protocol aware, so to have a good breadth in terms of understanding of protocols to enable deep packet inspection, to look for payloads. You will need to be able to address advanced threat protection. So we mentioned before being able to do deep packet inspection and intrusion prevention. So these type of aspects are really critical. And then it's what we call virtual patching, by the way. So having your IPS up to date enables you to protect your architecture with an IPS only for known exploits. So, but IEC 62443 is not only about segmentation. There is much more to it. So you will need, in order to secure properly an ICS system, and then we'll get more specific into the rail system, you will need more technology from the cloud down to the lower level of the Purdue level, down to to the level 2, for example. So you will need cloud security, you will need SOC tools like SIM and SOAR. We're going to talk about that. You will need advanced threat protection, such as sandboxing, honeypotting in very advanced cases, and endpoint protection as well. So those are the typical technology that you will be deploying in a regular industrial control system, enterprise architecture, whatever the subsector we're talking about. We take a different view of IEC 62443. This is what we call the foundational requirements of IEC 62443. There are 7. In this CSF framework, there are 5. We saw them just before. Now, these foundational requirements of IEC 62443 are themselves divided into security requirements and requirements enhancements. So the various security requirements and requirement enhancements will vary upon the security level that you want to apply to a defined zone. So if you are to security level 3, you will be pretty advanced. Tendentially in ICS, we usually deploy at security level 2 in most of the zones, but we will see that some of them will need to get at higher level. For this use case, again, we will not talk about resource availability, identification and control, use control and data confidentiality. We will talk about system integrity. We will talk about restricted data flow, which is mainly doing segmentation. And we will talk about timely response, which is all about logging and monitoring. So we will see the technology that we need to deploy in order to get there on these 3 foundational requirements, which were, again, part of the scope of this use case. Now, if we take a NIS directive perspective now in its NIS version 2 version, NIS does basically 2 things. First, it's asking asset owners to share information with the CSIRT of their country. We mentioned this just before. But then it's also a second point that NIS does. It's a corpus of standards and best practices that will depend and that will be applied by the regulatory body in the country, depending on the various sub-industry. But what's important to remember is that whatever the standard that you are using, NIS CSF, IEC 62443, NERC CIP, you name it, they all have in common 5 key pillars, which are listed here. And in front of them, we see the various technology in cybersecurity that will help reach compliance against these pillars. So there is asset management, there is access control, there is segmentation, there is logging and monitoring, and there is risk management. Today, we will focus about segmentation, logging and monitoring, but another key requirements of this rail operator was to have automation and orchestration. The point I want to make here with this slide is that when you have all these technology that helps you reach compliance, the fact of having a single pane of glass management for your security, the fact of having common threat intelligence that is shared across all this technology, and the fact of having interoperability was really key and is critical for whatever critical infrastructure securitization. Okay, so that was for the context on the various standard. Let's go on the use case. So we basically the operator did part of the work, so that the zones were already defined by the operator, and this is what we are seeing here is a high level view. So on the upper side, we see the business and enterprise segment with the SOC, the data center operation, the business application services. Upper right are all what is considered as remote access. So there is remote employees, contractors, vendors, and then there are the system under consideration, the SUC in TS 50701 naming. So there is the wayside, the rolling stock with the automated train protection, with passenger Wi-Fi. There is the wayside where we'll find 2 different subzones. The controlling one, where we will find HMI, automated train security, and below the process aspect. So with the sensors and actuators and controllers that are needed to do signaling, trackside equipment, and other stuff such as CCTVs. Then we've got the stations, SUC, with the building management system, the HMIs, the surveillance, and below, again, a different zone, important to notice, a different zone within the same SUC, where you will find, again, sensors, actuators, and controllers that will act on many different things in train stations. So the public announcing system, the ticketing system, even elevators are operated by control systems. And then the last SUC is the electric substation for the distribution of the energy that will alimент the train system, where you will find, again, two different zones with the SCADA, ICS, HMIs, and below the bay control units. Now, purpose was to secure a certain number of communication between the various SUCs that we define and the business and enterprise segments, but also to get access for the remote, secure remote access, sorry. And there was also some exceptions in between SUCs. So how do we do that? Mapping again to the Purdue reference model, we see the various Purdue level, from Purdue level 5 at the top down to sensors and actuators at Purdue level 0. So we will place next-gen firewall at the various boundaries. And then there is only available communication between the SUCs and the higher level of the enterprise segments. Internal segmentation firewalls within the same SUCs will be positioned. I give the example here of the wayside and the station. And then again, other types of firewalls, and those are very special. You can define a communication between two SUCs only if you've got the same level of security between the zone that you're gonna communicate with. You need also to have a green light from a CISO, and you need to do additional logging for this type of communication. Okay, so we talked now about segmentation. This is basically how you do segmentation and secure segmentation with next-gen firewall technology. Now let's talk about addressing 0 days with sandboxing. So we're going to be placing basically a sandbox into our DMC between Purdue level 3 and 3.5. Sandbox technology, unlike the usual control that are focused on known threats, sandbox technology is really purposely built to detect advanced persistent threats such as 0 days or advanced malware such as ransomware. There is a VM that can run ICS simulators to get some OT context. So let's imagine we've got suspicious files that we want to analyze that are coming from our email server, from our next-gen firewall, from our next network share. They can be analyzed by these VM that run OT industrial protocols and can be detonated. So imagine this suspicious file is asking for an access for a Modbus that is unlegit. The sandboxing will be able to basically detect the malware, but it doesn't stop here. It will also generate the signatures and spread the signatures in order to protect your various gateways. So the next-gen firewall gateways that are there to perform the segmentation, but as well update the signatures for your endpoint and as well as your web application firewall or your email server. So pretty cool stuff against zero-day that is very successful when we deploy it. So this is for sandboxing. Now I want to talk briefly again about communication between the various train station and the enterprise segment. There was a requirement from the rail operator to have more availability, more security, being able to leverage on different types of communication between the station and the control centers, and also optimize cost, as well as service level agreement. So for this, we can deploy SD-WAN technology. Here you see a representation how it looks like. In this case, we had different means of communication between the various stations and control centers. So either DSL, MPLS, LTE. So what does the SD-WAN technology? It's able to basically leverage on all these potential paths, potentially do load balancing. So you are basically increasing performance, availability, potentially also optimize your cost. Imagine the MPLS is extremely expensive and you want to be able to actually have more traffic going through your DSL or your LTE. Does also something else. It's able to prioritize signaling that is more critical. So imagine you want to prioritize your CNC versus your CCTV communication. This is something that the analytics of the SD-WAN is capable of doing. So again, interesting technology that was deployed quite successfully. Now I want to talk about SOAR and SIEM, and before we come back to the architecture, let's do a step back and clarify what is SOAR and versus SIEM. So SIEM, security information and event management, basically will gather all the logs, security events from the various networking gears and security equipment that is in your environment, next-gen firewall, endpoint protection, etc. It will be able to do that in order to do security monitoring. So it will be able to do analytics, correlation with OT context, do dashboarding, do alerting. All this is done by the SIEM. The SOAR is the security orchestration and automation and response system. It will ingest the alerts of the SIEM, as well as also alerting from the various devices that you've got in your environment in order to run playbooks to act on this device. So you get the alerting, you get the context, and then you are able to automate and orchestrate your response on your network. So this is what the SOAR does. Now, if we look at it within the context of our architecture, and I want to run a use case with Log4j, so you get a very high level idea of how this works when it's properly orchestrated. So Log4j, it's RCE vulnerability, remote code execution vulnerability, CVSS of 10. Patching is very complicated, so that leaves all the servers that are vulnerable to this vulnerability highly vulnerable, especially the ones that are exposed to the internet. So imagine that we are, and by the way, if you've got an IPS on your next-gen firewall, this will be protected. But let's say that we've got a zero-day that is exploiting this CVE on Log4j, and it's a 0-day. So unknown exploits, IPS will not work, so you get in. Now you are able to potentially do remote code execution. So you will have a bad actor that will do command and control and launch step 1 of the attack to get into the server. Once it does that, the SIEM will get an alert because you've got an external communication. It will communicate to the SOAR. The SOAR will automate the IP check. Now, if the IP check is negative, so it's an unknown, it's not an adversary, which will be the case if the attacker is smart, because he will use a clean IP, then nothing happens. So the IP is stored, but no action is taken. What will happen next is that the bad actor is on your server and can start to move laterally. So let's imagine that you start with worms. So if it starts with worms, it will start to ping a lot of servers to get in and spread the attack. So that will be detected by the next-gen firewall like a DOS attack. And it will be detected and communicated to the SIEM. So SIEM can alert the SOAR. What the SOAR does is start triggering playbooks. Communication to the blue team. The blue team will open a war room and take some action, like, for example, blocking the IP at level 3. And by the way, another advantage of a playbook is that if you did this already, you don't have to rerun the playbook or reinvent the playbook. It has already been done, right? So this is something that the SOAR will do. It will do as well other stuff like doing quarantine on non-critical device. And then the final step will be to include malware and clean up patch vulnerability signatures and investigate the web server that has been compromised. So in really on a super fast way, this is how a SIEM and SOAR in the context of this use case can help support and protect on a vulnerability that is exploited with a 0-day. So quite advanced. If you want to have a look at how playbooks look, they go from very simple steps, as we can see here, for task automation, and more complex steps like for compromised web server investigation. All right, so we talked about 3 things. We talked about zones and conduits. We talk about sandboxing. We talk about SD1, and we talk about SOAR technology. But the beauty of all these is to have orchestration, is to have a single platform that can act in an orchestrated manner on all these different aspects. So that's really the advantage of having a security platform that is orchestrated. So that gives me the chance to wrap up with few recommendations. So humble recommendation, nothing new here, and also not written in stone. So I would say something for you to take away. Know your network, your assets, critical process. It's important to think simplicity and lifecycle management. We've been talking a lot about that today. Always start with the critical control. IC 62443 as this philosophy. So security level 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, depending on the different zones. Involve quickly all the various key stakeholders, such as engineering, operation, and safety, especially in this sub-industry. This is always true, whatever the ICS environment in which you are. And it's not a step that should be underestimated. Of course, collaboration between RHEL actors is critical. Sharing of threat intelligence is critical. Conduct tabletop exercise. This is super effective in order to increase your incident response capabilities. Tabletop exercise and red team exercise, because once you're compromised and you don't know what to do, this is the beginning of the nightmare. So we need to be able to prepare for that. And last but not least, use the best practice and the standards. If you do not like them, just get over it. And I have to say that in order to prep for this event, I did read the technical spec 50701, and I just found that they were extremely good. I was very impressed. So congrats on the various contributors in this room, because it's really good stuff and extremely insightful for someone not coming from your industry.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. So I did see that you mentioned in the case study that you had defend against APT in 0 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, asset owners, your vendors can't do that, just so you know. They can't stop 0 days from happening. They happen, but they can enable you to do better with them, but that's not something they can do. I saw that these.
I have to admit,
yeah,
Patrick, that these use cases we're talking about are people with money,
right,
and with a scale that is small enough to enable this type of advanced architecture.
And I did want to know, has this been implemented, or is this still okay? Yeah. This has actually been done.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I was good to see that you had at least air gap the safety instrument system. That I see some occasionally diagrams where there's networking drawn to those, and okay. And then I did want to mention, yes, there's two things you mentioned: incident response. You conduct tabletop exercises. Actually, don't just do tabletops. Pretend it's a real incident. Like practice like it's game day. I can't stress that enough. I've seen lots of incident response plans just get thrown out the window when they're actually attacked, because you didn't really try it out like it was real. You just played and pretended. But treat it like it's real, practice like it's game day. And then I wanted to also, this one here, good point, get over it, right? One of the benefits of this, aside from just get over it, is this is something you can measure against. You have management always asking, are we doing enough? Where's the money gone? Is it actually making us more secure? This gives you something to measure against. And honestly, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So that's the best possible way, is pick something and then measure against it. This one is an outstanding standard for your industry. It's custom tailored to your world. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, on time. The next one is a virtual presentation. All right, there we go. Virtual presentation from Michael Dietz, Product and Solution Security Officer at Siemens Mobility Customer Service. Michael, are you ready? I see you're muted. There we go.
I'm ready. Hello, everyone.
Fantastic. I'll let you take it from here. Thanks, Michael.
Information to the audience. I can also see you. Can you see me?
Yes.
So, perfect. Thanks a lot. So, as James mentioned, it would have been great really to be with you, and I was really looking forward to meeting you. It also have been the first business trip since quite a while. As James mentioned, my son catch COVID, meanwhile, the whole family, so including myself, so it was quite a good choice not to travel to London, I guess. Nevertheless, I hope we will make it work today. Now, one other test, can you also see my screen? You can see the screen share. Yes, perfect. Thanks a lot. Let's start. We will talk about handling third-party vulnerabilities in products and solutions. something slightly different to the talks we have heard earlier. Nevertheless, it has been mentioned quite a few times, but I do not want to talk about handling vulnerabilities in that way that was initially presented, for example, by pentest partners when they disclosed a certain vulnerability to us as a vendor. So Siemens got mentioned quite a few times today. It is evident vulnerabilities, especially in third-party libraries, will be there, they are there, and we as a vendor, we need to prepare. We need to prepare for reacting on those disclosed vulnerabilities, as we heard with the pentest partners. Security researchers, of course, need to prepare for embracing responsible disclosure processes, but that's a different topic. Now let's start. Sorry, technical problems. I want to prepare you a little bit on what you can expect today from this presentation. So I want to give you some insights, give some motivations, give some trends with respect to vulnerability monitoring and management. And I will, of course, also mention relevant standards. But I will also clearly state what I will not talk about today due to good reasons, but of course also give some more details and tell you what I will talk about today. Once I have done this introduction, I will then come to the content, but the introduction will be around 2/3 of the overall presentation of the overall talk, because it's important to understand why I cannot talk about some parts and why I can indeed talk about some other parts. The case study today will not be related to a safety product, it will not be related to an interlocking or a train control system, not even a train-borne system, but this has good reasons, as I just said before. So what we will look at later on then is on vulnerability handling as part of one cloud system, cloud service that is relevant, or that is relevant for some of our customers when it comes to doing service operations as part of the usual rail operations. Okay. Now let's move on. Some of you might have seen that slide already. So if you are known to Siemens presentations, this is one prominent introduction slide we have. So I will keep it quite short. We all know it. Digitalization creates opportunities for us as a railway industry. We see a few examples here, but of course we also create certain risks. So we need to make sure that we properly handle all those things that are out there. And we see there on the very right side, one very recent example that should be well known to most of us here, and has been mentioned, I guess, in pretty much all of the talks we had so far, which is a Log4Shell. We will have a special look on handling that one with respect to this cloud service I just mentioned. So this talk will be about vulnerability management. And vulnerability management is, of course, not everything that is required in order to have a secure rail operation. Beside vulnerability monitoring as a process, you basically need to embrace the whole chain of processes, people, and technology. Also something that we heard already today a few times, starting with the first panel today. We need to consider all these aspects. We need to make sure that we have a holistic approach toward rail cybersecurity and to achieve a high level of cybersecurity in rail systems. We heard about different aspects, detection capabilities, security scanning things, intrusion detection, intrusion prevention systems, and you also heard about cybersecurity operation centers for rail operations. But we also heard about processes. We heard about enabling people. We heard about ISO 27001. We heard about preparedness for incident handling, forensics, and so on. What I didn't hear so much today, I guess, is awareness training, but really focusing on the people and making sure that everyone knows what to do in case something happens is also essential to maintain a high level of cybersecurity. But as said, we will focus on vulnerability monitoring and vulnerability management today. Before I move into the details, I want to show some trends, as mentioned earlier. When we talk about vulnerability management today, a lot of different aspects, a lot of different topics might come to one's mind. We see a nice word cloud here. We see some trends, we see some technologies. What we observe, of course, is a higher degree of digitalization in the rail industry. And Aditisi mentioned it earlier. We also see a higher usage of open source components in rail components. So we are moving the traditional IT-born technology into the rail industry. And yeah, it enters open source software and other commercial off-the-shelf software. That overall increases complexity. We have interdependencies, we have so-called transitive dependencies. So software A might contain log4j and the product contains software A. How do we manage that? We also have to consider typical limitations we face with the rail systems. And one of these limitations could be that we cannot easily patch every single system we have out there, maybe on a train or maybe in some other safety relevant system, also something we heard about today. So we need to embrace a risk-based prioritization, much more than others do. We will see that example also later on when I talk about our journey on our cloud security, so on our cloud service. Here we have totally different possibilities. So the risk-based prioritization of these huge numbers of vulnerabilities, and we'll come to the numbers later, is something that we also need to consider. We need to consider discontinuation of support in also open source libraries. So it happens that open source communities say, okay, we will discontinue this version of this software, or we will not maintain it at all any longer. And to further manage the complexities, we also heard SBOM today, we also need to use much more automation and need to get a clear interface between the different players among the industry. Of course, we also see increasing requirements from the regulatory side. That's also quite clear. But what is also evident, and had also been said more than once today, is that sharing of information is essential to really keep the industry itself in a secure state. I've talked about the number of vulnerabilities. So what number are we talking about? Apologies. So if you look at the NIST NVD, the National Vulnerability Database of the NIST, from 2001 until 2021, you see it increases. The number of CVEs that get registered increases. This might be due to several reasons, and you cannot clearly distinct the other reason or the next reason. One is obviously, and for sure, that vendors are better prepared than have been in the past. So many vendors now publish security advisories that didn't do that in the past. That is one aspect for sure. Second aspect, of course, is also to the increased complexity. So if a lot of products reuse open source components, if you publish one CVE for one OSS component, you can then get easily a multiple of that due to these transitive dependencies. So there are different aspects why this number is rising, but it tells us that complexity increases and the way of really managing these vulnerabilities has to become more automated. That's evident here in order to really keep track of the complexity of this task. Before we really move on, I want to briefly say something about vulnerabilities in the context of safety systems. We are in safety, we are quite used to terms like errors, faults, defects. this is the one thing that we need to deal with. This definition is taken from the EN 50 128 edition 2011. It tells us that an error or fault is a defect, mistake, or inaccuracy which could result in a failure or in a deviation from the intended performance or behavior. Means it's maybe not safe anymore for whatever reason, or we violate other design targets like the design for availability. In contrast to that, a vulnerability is defined different, of course. It's a weakness in a system's design, implementation, or operation and management. So it covers quite a lot that could be exploited to violate the system's integrity or security policy, taken from IEC 62432. What is the difference here? We heard this today. Here we talk about exploitation. So considering vulnerabilities considers the environment. We had it, I think this was one of the first sentences now in this conference. Safety is protection of the environment from the system, and security is the other way around. So again, here, a vulnerability is something that needs to be exploited by some external entity. A vulnerability is then not automatically an error or a fault. So something I need to care about in terms of safety, but it could, of course, be the root cause for an error or a fault. And this is also some aspect we need to consider when we talk about vulnerability management in rail industry. So what's the point? We will hear now about how Siemens really dealt with Log4j in safety systems. Now, the answer is no. And why is it a bit complicated? As mentioned earlier, I will tell you what we will talk about now and what we will not talk about for several reasons. And the reason is that there are already today several contractual, several legal obligations related to vulnerability handling, in particular with safety systems. Quite obvious, contractual agreements are customer specific and they cannot generate general insights on and are, as usual, confidential. So I cannot openly talk about that. So I won't provide information here. Legal obligations are different across different countries. They might be non-existent, although this is, well, yeah, even less countries have no regulation in that direction. But it's not homogeneous across Europe, across across the world, obviously. So also here, this is quite complex, quite extensive, so I won't go into the details here. Therefore, I will skip that as well. What we also have, and we also had heard this during the other talks, are those transitive dependencies and the security in the supply chain. So somehow, if you set up a reporting, you need to implement your supply chain in this overall mechanism. That is complex and again involves contractual and legal obligations, something I won't consider here, but needs to be solved for us. What I also will not mention is finally, eventually, if we identified a vulnerability and if we had developed a patch, somehow a patch must be rolled out to a rail system. That's also highly complex, and I won't touch it here. Last but not least, I will also not further discuss and communicate about communicating and sharing vulnerability information with authorities. Also something that we need to talk about, but not something that I want to talk about here today. So what will we talk about instead? So first thing is, what do we need to do as an industry to prepare that we can gain continuous insights into vulnerabilities in systems in general and in rail systems in particular? How can we continuously provide risk transparency and updated profiles, information about vulnerabilities in rail systems? And how do we finally react on maybe publicly known vulnerabilities like we have with, or we had with Log4j? These three tasks already is something that is challenging in rail industry. And one reason is the complexity we see. So if you look at one specific, one general picture of a rail system, like the one we see here, that already tells us that it is complex. It is manageable, but it is complex. And different aspects like safety relevance, need for homologation, the combination of different suppliers, commercial off the shelf, open source software, proprietary products. All these things make it even more complex also with respect to vulnerability handling. I mean, one major important milestone for already doing this was indeed achieved by introducing the 5701, by clearly separating safety case from security case. This is something that prepares also, for example, for patching activities. Still, it's a complex task. And we must admit that vulnerabilities exist on various levels of this system. So we need to look at different, or we need to look from different perspectives in order to really assess the severity of a certain vulnerability. This could be on component level and on solution level. So we really need to strictly differentiate. Straightforward example with Log4j. So if you have a software component or hardware component whatsoever that contains Log4j in the version 2.14.0, then it is or can obviously be vulnerable to the exploit Log4Shell was Log4j 2.14.0 was vulnerable for. But really assessing whether the vulnerability can be exploited is something that is more complicated. So you need to know what is logged exactly. If you have only predefined messages being logged using Log4j without any user-generated input, the likelihood is high that the vulnerability cannot easily be exploited. So on a component level, the information whether something could potentially be vulnerable is quite trivial if you look at the software bill of materials, for example. But if the vulnerability can be exploited, is not trivial at all. Now, assume we have a certain assessment on a component level, and let's move on to the solution level. So also in the solution level, you need to ask the question, is it vulnerable? Most likely the component, it is vulnerable, but can it also be exploited? This was also one thing that was mentioned earlier in the talk of pentest partners. So ICS vendors define physical security as it is acceptable, and we don't look into the software. That's of course not true anymore to that extent, but it definitely will tell you how fast you have to react. So again, assume a component you have analyzed that contains Log4j in an affected version and is built in a certain solution. So if the component is exposed to the internet, it is of course clear that this one is the system that needs to be taken care of at first and not as the second. Yeah. Whereas if you have an ICS that is maybe also affected by Log4j in the same way, but it is built in a closed network, that's also clear that this is not the first task you will tackle. So this is something you might do later or should do later in order to embrace a security in-depth concept, but it is something you can do tomorrow and not today, what you usually need to do if you have exposed vulnerable service to, say, the internet. Okay, so we need to know on the exploitability on various different levels, and we also need to look at the environment where a certain component, potentially vulnerable component, lives, in order to give a clear advice on how to react under this closed vulnerability, where one component that makes up or is a part of a rail system might be affected. So one step in order to really do this is to implement a vulnerability monitoring. And I will tell you now how we try to tackle this challenge, or these challenges, or the challenges we have seen before, to make sure that we can give a clear advice and a clear risk assessment for whatever vulnerability that comes up. Quite easy. First of all, you need to make sure that you have a certain monitoring in place. This requires, of course, IT systems. There are commercial off-the-shelf services out there in the wild to use. At Siemens, we have built a dedicated service that I will say a little bit more about this later, that provides vulnerability intelligence. We call it SVM, security vulnerability monitoring, quite obvious, quite straightforward. And somehow the lists need to be maintained. By the way, for all hackers in the room, the list on the right side is not a real product. This is just an example list. So you won't find that one in the wild. But it gives you different aspects. So you need to know your SBOM, your software bill of materials, in order to give or to assess the relevance of a certain vulnerability in your product. That doesn't necessarily say, if we look to the right side, that this product has those, oh, I didn't count the numbers. I'll say this product is subject to 201 vulnerabilities originating from the Linux kernel for whatsoever. It depends on what functionality is used. It depends on various aspects. But this, first of all, gives you a trigger that you need to do something. Now, one could ask, where does this come from? Could be different sources of information. One possible source of information are the usual systems developers use to maintain their third-party dependencies. Other systems we have used in the past is also maybe the system for maintaining open source compliance, also something you need to take care of. So you need to check software or open source licenses anyways. And this means that you already need to have some open source list that you can then use to build these sort of lists. Of course, mapping is different. Mapping is difficult because the naming conventions in the open source community are not always straightforward and so on. So quite a lot of hurdles. But at the end of the day, you can live with this nice list of components that make up your product. Apologies, now I mixed a bit component and components, so I would usually refer to those single lines as components, and to the thing that is created out of these single lines to the product. So what happens next, of course, you need to monitor. There are plenty of possible sources for new vulnerabilities in specific open source and also commercial off-the-shelf components. Usual websites, NVDs, what we heard, but also closed sources. One very important aspect is also to get an indication whether something is really end of life. This is also something you need to consider, and possibly you should also consider this upfront if certain end of life date is already announced for a certain component. Then this can also be taken into account when considering the product lifecycle. Third step, if something happens, someone needs to be alerted. Okay, one should not rely on someone clicking on a certain website, so we see here a certain UI, but someone needs to be alerted that they need to do something. Those three steps dissected into more details here on the lower side. We need to collect vulnerability information from various sources. As I said, it can be anything. There are commercial services for doing so. There are websites and so on. Siemens, by the way, also provides this as a service to customers that are interested. What we also have here is already at that level a certain expert evaluation. I remember quite well about 10 years ago, was it 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, when Heartbleed came in. And one of the first things kind of every development department did was to analyze this vulnerability. That shouldn't be the case. It should be done once, or at least the information, the available information should be prepared in a way that others can consume it and do not have to do the analysis on their own. Once we have this information available and it is distributed, and then make sure that the notifications are pushed to certain systems that automate the handling of these vulnerabilities. And here we have again the schematics that we need to assess a vulnerability on component level. So the component comes first. They need the owners of the components, they need to decide whether a certain vulnerability affects their system, in what way, and possibly with what severity, and can the vulnerability be exploited? So in other words, get a modified CVSS, get the environment CVSS for this vulnerability in a specific component. And it actually continues on a solution level. So with the information you get from component level, the owner of the solution level can then finally decide whether they need to react or whether they don't need to react. And what I have omitted are additional levels. So you might have a component level, but the components might make up the TCN plus the operator network make up the rolling stock and so on. So you can aggregate this. You need to automate all these steps between to really get a grip on how severe is a vulnerability in the context of a certain rail system. And that is the complexity we need to handle. And that is the complexity where we also have to include our suppliers to make sure that we get similar or comparable information also from our suppliers. For Log4j, what did this mean? While having prepared the organization in a way that we can react on this, just one first example, how it went for Log4Shell, and then the second or more specific example for this cloud service. The first example is quite generic because I cannot show too many details here on all affected product solutions we have. But what we have seen, of course, as a very first step is we need to form a task force. Something happens, someone has to take care of it. So we need to make sure that the task force can work. Doing so is maybe not that easy. So this is one thing you should or you must expect from a mature organization, that they can easily form a task force of all relevant contributors, including all relevant support functions, within latest hours, should even be better in a very short time. And just defining the contacts, defining who should be those support functions and so on, that is one thing. The second is also make sure that the mode of collaboration is defined before, because if the first task force meeting starts with how do we exchange documents, you waste a lot of time. This shouldn't happen anymore. Nowadays, that happened in the past. I've seen you, James. Wonderful. So that is one thing. So thanks, James. So, missed them out. Then, of course, the second step is to create transparency. What happens? Where is a certain component that is likely affected? And that includes the toolchain we just talked about now. So now we need to know what products are affected by, in that case, Log4j. What we see here is this a very list of components. Sorry, a list of products that is grayed out that were affected by Log4j 2.14.1, either directly or transitively via some dependency here. But this transparency has to be there. And the next step, of course, obviously, something happened, sorry. technical difficulties. Just hands up. Can you see the full screen or this black parts?
Just pieces, Michael.
Just pieces. Thanks. Sorry. Oh, now it's better.
There we go.
There we go.
Third step. Thanks. Third step is then react. Prepare communication for unaffected products. So it's maybe already valuable for a customer to know whether a product is not affected by something. And then finally work out mitigations for affected products together with the customer. Log4Shell, week 1. Not so much to say about that one, but what happened for our specific service. So it came in Friday late evening. It was quite obvious, quite clear that this is something severe. First analysis was done during the weekends, and also on the weekends, first test systems could be patched to make sure that we don't harm production. We then saw, so Friday late was public disclosure of this vulnerability. Monday morning, 7 in the morning, we saw the first scan for this vulnerability in our environment. And fortunately, on that day, we also managed to patch everything that is internet facing. Or we remediated it, or we shut it down. And that, of course, also included to initiate communication to the affected projects. What we did as well is to, moving on with the second day, we finally managed to patch everything and rebuild everything. That's also quite evident. So you can do this in a cloud service. You can get rid of everything that is there and rebuild it to really make sure that you have not been affected. And we did this while switching to patching to 2.16.0. While, because we also saw quite soon that 2.15 was now finally then also remote code execution capable. CVSS got up from 2.6 to 9.0. And you also see here, we have central entities taking care of doing the vulnerability intelligence, just telling the operations team what to do. This helps, this supports, this reduces overall efforts. During that day, also first customer inquiries came in. Are you affected? Did you patch? And so on and so forth. Then story continued. We keep rebuilding. So at the end of the day, we patched 120 services in 3 environments, continued the next week, and finished the whole thing before Christmas. So we were one IT department that could go on holiday, different to many others I've seen in the industry. What did we learn from that? Preparation. We have seen it in IT, and it is a must also in OT. Automation and asset management is key. That is something we need to take care of throughout the whole industry. We cannot easily rebuild something as we can in the cloud in rail industry. That's clear, but we can automate other processes out of it, and we need to make sure that the assets are clearly managed. Centralized vulnerability intelligence supports. It relaxes workload for operational teams significantly, that's clear. But one of the major things that we have seen is that communication shows where much room for improvement. We mainly had unstructured communication, even 2021 to 2022. Mostly reactive, mostly proactive. It's usually not fixed contractually, and there are best practices. And now coming back to the trends, challenges, threats. We need to talk about automation. We need to talk about supply chain security. We need to talk about vulnerability information exchanges, things like this, in order to really prepare the industry and further improve the situation as we move on with digitalization. That's it from my side. James, I hope this was more or less okay. No, 6 minutes over. Sorry for that. Time for questions.
Thank you, Michael. All right, that's Michael's presentation. Thank you. So the best pull quotes I got from there, fantastic presentation. Thank you for giving us the detail of what you did for Siemens. I was very interested to know how you responded. The distinction between defect and vulnerability and component and solution were key. as well as the mention of the software bill of materials, the challenge of monitoring vulnerabilities in OT-ICS. That is a difficult one because in a lot of cases, you can't just use a vulnerability scanner, for example, for a firmware-based device. It can be very challenging. And James, did you want to extend or keep to the timeline? Or?
Let's stick to the timeline.
Okay. For the timeline, we are, after the break, we have Eddie Ekwo coming up, and then we'll have a roundtable after that, and then drinks and such. So for now, take a break, and we'll see you back at, looks like 15:50. All right. Probably 15:50-ish. You'll see us roaming around, herding you back in with a push broom when it's time to come back in, if you're not already in. Thank you.
No. I always say Garcia, because everybody, you know. But thank you very much for the questions because you are, you know what we are talking
Sorry. Okay. Oh, so I sent you another email. You sent me. Yes, I sent another email. I said, please use that one. Okay. Not a problem. That will just take. Okay. Hello. Great presentation, by the way. Yeah.
I am not a very good speaker, but I try to be.
No, you did well. I didn't tell you were nervous at all. Just telling your content. It was good. Yeah.
Nobody would have known you were nervous. I can see everyone from the side, so they don't know I can keep shaking.
Okay. No problem.
Tell me how you feel sitting out there, feeling so hard but too far away to hold me. You know I'm the one who put you out there, name in the sky. Does it ever get lonely? Thinking you can leave without me.
So you will be first after break. Yes. Okay. Just to let you know. But I don't have to point it anywhere. No, you can keep it to yes. Yes, or you can just use auto. Because you are going to yeah, that's fine. I think I want to use here because I want to see some notes to remind me. Yeah, you can see notes here. If you need to, we can. I don't know how. Oh, there are some notes. You can make it. Bigger. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Thank you. Are you with me? By the water beneath the Mexican sky, drink some margaritas by a string of blue lights, listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Wanna dance by the water beneath the Mexican sky, drink some margaritas by a string of blue lights, listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Shot into my life, did you feel another star? You fade away, afraid I aim inside of sight. Wanna see you alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in fantasy? Where are you now? We were imaginary.
all the things that I need, all the things that you need. You can make it feel so real. 'Cause you can't deny you blow my mind. When I touch your body, I feel I'm losing control. 'Cause you can't deny you blow my mind. When I see you, baby, I just don't wanna let go. But they're gonna stop breaking my heart. attention. Take your hand, but you replace them both in mine. You know you stopped me back when I was passing by. Now I bet see you then just one more time. I see you every time. And on my I like your style. You make me, baby, right. Now I bet see you then just one more time. So dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. I've never seen anybody do the things that move me, oh. Move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I'll make you do it all like it. Oh my God, I see you walking by. Take my hands, my dear, and look me in my eyes. Just like a monkey, I've been dancing my whole life. Yeah. I just beg to see you dance just one more time. I see you every time. Oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. Now I get to see you there just one more time. Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do me, oh, oh. Move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I'll make you do it all like it. As I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor, as the music dies, so your eyes close to like a silver screen. So it's sad goodbye. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Oh, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I could give up. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is the whole you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. No, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I could give her. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Never without your love. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could still.
Okay. Back to some content, and we've got Eddie Ekwo, Head of Technical Information Security, Group Information Security from Ariva. And we'll just jump right in. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good evening, everyone. And yeah, it's great to be one of the last people to speak because hopefully you've not been so tired that you're still here. So thank you for coming back after the break. I'll be talking about cybersecurity standards, and Antoine has done a great job. In fact, he's done most of my presentation. So thank you, Antoine, for speaking a lot about the standards, because I know that it's one of those things that can be a bit tiring for people, trying to get through all the information, the language, and just the sheer volume of those standards. So hopefully, in the next couple of minutes, I will try and break some things down and make it, a little bit simple, and we can live with some shared knowledge. I have been instructed I need to go through the first couple of slides. So this is all, brand. I work for Ariva. If you don't know Ariva, that would be curious. I work for Ariva, and I've been with Ariva now for, it's been a while now. The pandemic has done a lot of things with my time calculation. But I've been with Ariva since 2018. Before then, I worked for Maersk, the shipping company. A lot of the times I've been doing a lot of IT, OT related security. So I'm just going to skip through a couple of this. Obviously, everyone knows who Ariva is and what we do. We are present in a number of countries in Europe, 13 countries. We've been doing some major stuff in there as well. So what I wanted to start off with is just, initially just get everyone's mind in terms of where we are now. Obviously we are very much in that digital, highway when it comes to, trains, railway. And, everyone that has gone through that journey has some aspirations and some of the things that they would want to benefit from that, and it doesn't really, it's not just the rail sector, it's pretty much everyone. You want to have some innovation, and you want to have some value-added services, better customer experiences if possible. You also want to reduce costs, so it's the whole point of going in that direction. You don't want to forget about the operational benefits because, running whatever it is, does involve, cost, resources, and things like that. So, by going digital, we'll be hoping that we'll be able to leverage on some of that. Now, it's not without, some key considerations. So obviously we are in a very, changing landscape right now. Everyone is, talking about what's going on, in rest of Europe, Russia, Ukraine. And of course, from our perspective, we always have to keep, vigilant of, some of those key threats. Just being aware that even with us in the rail sector, we also still need to be vigilant. Gone are the days where, we're like, very scanty, reports of things happening around, ICS or OT systems. They're now, a lot more frequent, and actually they're a lot more aggressive. You could almost say that they're almost as aggressive as they are in IT. So definitely, something for us, to keep aware of. I like, to use this picture, of a digital train, because it sort of, it starts to, help you, get a context, of the environment that we now play in, all the, functional systems that are there, everyone is familiar with. And then with, introduction of, some more IT, native, components, now coming into that space. We've got Wi-Fi, we've got CCTV, these are all things that are very good. They help, as we're saying, improve that customer experience. But what we've done is that, we've now, merged, two domains that, a long time always stayed separate. This is a different way of looking at it. I tend to, prefer this because then you can actually start to see, some of those different, opportunities that, people can have access to, digital trains, so normally you would just think about physical access on a train, think about the doors, the locks, but it's not just about that now. It's, there's a lot more there because you've got Wi-Fi there. So you've got to think about Wi-Fi access. You've got to think about people that are coming in to do operational maintenance, laptops connecting into ports. Now you need to be a lot more aware of all those different, access points and the threats that also come with that. Now, so how does the industry really deal, with cyber risk? Obviously, what do we do now, in terms of how we tend to move forward? The opportunities are there, clearly for us, as an industry, whether we're a train operating company or we're a Roscoe, or an integrator or a supplier providing some sort of valued service into the rail sector. There's opportunity for all of us. Just imagine, how your customer experience is, if they know, they can actually leverage on some of the new capabilities, knowing when their trains, are leaving, knowing what coach to go to, what coach is busy or not, just enhancing that experience, entertainment on the trains. Those are things that, customers can benefit. I mean, operationally, you can have condition, monitoring that you can, do remotely. How does that, help you and your operations? What if you knew, when things were going to fail, digitally, electronically, and you can plan ahead? There's a lot of things that opportunities that are coming in, in our sector as well. But what's also happening is that, the bad guys are also paying attention. And we collaborate with a lot of partners, and some of them are in this room as well. And what we've tend to find is that people are getting curious about what's happening on the trains, Wi-Fi, people are doing scans on the Wi-Fi system, just trying to see what they can get through. So obviously that means that we need to then start to think about how we elevate that whole conversation around, cybersecurity on the train. Now, it's a good thing that we've got quite a lot of people in the room today. We've got the operators, we've got, integrators, we've got, owners, we've got people that have come up with standards, because it is really a shared responsibility, across all of us, in order for us to be able to protect and keep, the rail industry very, very safe. So Antoine was talking, a little bit earlier on about, standards, and I like what he said, they're here to stay, you just get on with it. And, what I do in Ariva is that, as part of my role, I create a lot of the technical standards to help, the business to stay, secure. And I had a bit of fun, just going through, the different standards that are there. And I'm hoping that I can, break down, some of those standards. Now, the TS, 50701 is a new one that has just recently come out. Everyone is excited about it. As you can see, all the excited faces in the room. Everyone's really, really excited about that. We've got another one, to look out for. And, I particularly like, this standard, and I'll go into, some of the reasons why I like it. But, this view of, our ecosystem is always great to have, because you can immediately see some of the safety critical systems, you can see some of the non-critical systems, but then you can actually see how, everything is getting more connected together. So when you're having, those conversations with engineering, and they're talking, the language that they're talking, and you're trying to, pass on the message, you can see how one thing can, potentially impact another. We've seen, scenarios, where, some, misconfiguration from, a software that is used to update a braking system, just changing some of the calculations, how that can affect, some of the, the cadence for the braking as well. So, all those things are really, really important. Now, there's a lot of this, and I always try and see what's the thing that connects all these different standards together. And before we had just the 62443 standard, which was very, very good, and most of the people that have seen that standard is also quite weighty, but it does have quite a lot of things, a lot of guidance that covers all the different stakeholders in that ecosystem. There's something there for supply chain, something there for integrators, something there for product life cycle, design, development, the guys that are operating. There's something there. And the reality is that because we've now had IT and OT merging, we can't just ignore the 27K standard as well, because you've got to be able to use that to address some of the challenges of the IT system. Of course, that standard is quite mature as well. And what you tend to see is a lot of references, from all the standards, referencing other standards as well, which I think is a good place, for us as an industry, because it then means that, you can almost, pick one, that fits your environment, and then you can start to scale according to your operations and your resources as well. Of course, the new kit comes in, TS 50701, and it's no surprise that it feeds off, a lot from all the other standards as well. Now, the 62443 standard I've just mentioned, that, as I said, it's got all those different dimensions that are very, very useful. And I'll be touching on one or two of those, through the rest of the slide. But before I do that, just where did this whole TS 50701 come from, at least from my perspective, and how I've been able to sort of digest it? I can see that, there is a lot of references to, our, rail standards that are already existing, the rail application lifecycle standard, that's being referenced, and you can see a lot of the 624443 standard being referenced. The one standard from 624443 that is not referenced, the product life cycle. So obviously, 50701 has a lot more focus on the systems, the application life cycle, and there's a lot of information in there that can help you, guide you. So one of the things that it can help you also do is in regards to your NIST, directive. Now, what I've done is that I've taken, all the different standards and just sort of see where, the line now, train operating companies to be familiar, with the cyber assessment framework that has to be completed, the 14 principles that are there. And this actually just shows you where, a lot of the synergies, are in terms of being able to comply, to those standards. So you're really not at a disadvantage, really, when it comes to picking, something. I would recommend, start looking very closely at 50701, because it does have, some very, very interesting elements in there. Now, some of the differences, between, all the different standards there, clearly from a governance perspective, 50701 does, talk about senior management and top, management supporting, the different strategies and activities that are required to keep cybersecurity as one of the top things there. The asset model, I showed you the diagram earlier on, it's the basis for a lot of the security requirements. So I think it really flows logically, because you're starting from a place of, I can see what my assets are, and then you go to that risk assessment, and then that allows you to then apply some of those security requirements to it. There's one thing that it does, talk about that I didn't particularly see in 62443, and that's around, detecting anomaly. 62443 does talk about, monitoring, but anomaly detection is kind of where we kind of need to be going in terms of that space, because clearly, that is the bit that gives us the most, sort of value in terms of knowing what is normal in our environment, and then being able to detect, what is abnormal. Now, so how do we apply the standards? So I particularly like, just, stepping back and just talking about, what is it that we're really focusing on? Obviously, we're talking about industrial automation and control systems. And clearly safety is really important in that environment. And the beautiful thing about the standards now is that, they're starting to use some of the languages that the engineering guys, are familiar with, so hazards, using, threats and hazards, and being able to, progress this conversation, because in the past, it was always, it seems like we were speaking different languages. You speak someone in engineering and you're talking about cybersecurity, and they're like, well, you don't really understand what we're talking about. We've been doing, all this, processes and activities, and, you're just telling us to go and patch, some system. That's never going to work. That system has been around for 10 years, and there's nothing has happened. So those sort of conversations, were very, very frequent. Now, what I want to say is that in terms of, looking at how you can realistically put this, Antoine did a good job talking about, security zones and conduits, because that's really, really important. It's really important that you can look at the different assets that you have, within your ecosystem, but also have some key considerations as well. And there are a lot of them that has been prescribed, by the TS 50701. But the one that I particularly, like, in addition to all the ones that are there, I'm just gonna go back just 1 second. So the one that I really, really like is about the operational function consideration, because I think that allows you to have a more engaging conversation with your engineering guys in terms of, your braking function, your traction control function, your doors opening and closing, your diagnostic, and incorporating that in part of that impact, assessment. And while the 50701 allows you the flexibility, to use any risk assessment framework that you're comfortable with, it does give you some guidance in terms of, how you should approach that. So obviously you agree with your stakeholders, you're gonna use a particular framework, and it doesn't matter what that is, whether it's the ISO 27005, is the NIST 830. But once you agree that, then it allows you to then take a sort of methodical approach in terms of how you do that risk assessment, in terms of your assets. And then you start to factor the threats that can happen to those assets. And I really like the fact that it talks about internal and external threats, because then it starts to put a bit more context, into what the environment looks like. And it's a bit of education as well, for our engineering guys, when you start, talking about things in that context. And what I also like about it is the fact that, when it comes to the impact assessment, you can look at 3 areas that are very, very, immediately recognizable, in terms of our colleagues in engineering. So obviously health and safety, that's very important. Operational availability, and then of course financial. And when you look at other risk frameworks, especially in IT, there are other things that you tend to look at. But I felt like this, gives a very, very clear, gives a clear, kind of message that you can have a conversation on. So looking at some of those security requirements, and it's interesting to note that, when you look at the 62443, you look at some of the security vectors that is using in terms of providing the assurance level, but also the targets that are being set, so you tend to get into the concept of the different, targets, the security level targets that you want to achieve, as part of this. Now, obviously aspiration, with, the standards is that they want it to be as quantitative as possible. Now we do understand in cybersecurity, it's always very difficult to get quantitative, approach, because a lot of what, we do from a cyber perspective that maybe we can't tell you exactly what is going to happen, but at least we can give you a spectrum. We can tell you this is what the worst case scenario would be, and this is what will happen if you've got, some compensating controls there. And I really like the fact that, you can then apply those security levels, after you've done your zone and conduit, assessment. So now, you're actually being a little bit more intentional as to where, those controls are being, applicable. And that helps you, to start to then focus on, what is the level that I want to be, achieving, as part of, our security posture. What is good enough? Do I want to be, heading for the top, level target, or, can I have some of the basic that actually might be moving my security posture, from where I am currently to a much higher place. And of course, with that, you have to then think about the functional requirements that comes with, those levels, and how you can then apply that. And I'm just gonna, look at, one of them just as an example. So the identification and authentication requirement. And just to look at some of the things that are happening in that space. So obviously right now, multi-factor authentication is kind of where everyone needs to be. You having just passwords, and as a way of accessing systems are no longer just, sufficient. So you can then start to sort of say, right, can I raise that, threshold between how I'm accessing, the system, the operation guys that are, taking software, on board the trains and are doing updates, do I need to be, doing something more from an access perspective? Because now we understand, that things like ransomware, are very, very good at taking credentials and then, using them to then either manifest themselves in different ways. So obviously you want to raise, the barrier for that. But what that does is that you can immediately, benchmark yourself, in terms of where you are in terms of the security level target. So if you're just starting, with just username and password, you can say, right, okay, maybe I want to be able to move to, multi-factor authentication. And maybe, I now want to be able to move from there to some sort of conditional, base, access. So I'm adding some attributes in terms of helping me to decide, who needs to get access into the environment. Now, when you look at, all the security requirements and security levels, you start getting a little bit hazy about, how you tend to combine, all the different, security levels, all the different requirements. And one of the, you could say, the challenges is that sometimes to achieve a particular level, you might actually be putting a lot more controls than you actually need. So obviously that then, creates a point of conversation, what is appropriate. And, in a couple of slides, I'll be showing you in terms of just the engineering life cycle, how you can actually synchronize, some of those activities so that you can actually get the right, proportion in terms of the controls that you're applying. But it does make sense, it does, there is a path that, actually comes together as you start to look at it, because the aspirations and the goals are very, very similar. And, they're actually sort of, contributing, whether you're just looking at, from a place of governance, or just looking for risk assessment, or just looking for a place where you can have some extra protection, for your systems, they're all sort of adding up to do that. Now, you have to be able to measure. I think someone mentioned in the previous conversation, that what you can measure, you can then influence. And I think that's just one of the good things about having, these standards, because now you can start to see where you were this year and, where you kind of want to be. You start to build a roadmap, for your environment, and build a roadmap for your security posture as well. Now, I did say that there were some challenges, in terms of looking at the standards, and one of them I've just mentioned about, in order to maybe aspire to get to some particular level, you might end up putting, some unnecessary controls on a particular, component. But it's important to, always remember the proportion, element, of how you're applying the controls in the environment. And of course, once the more, systems that you're looking at, the more combination of controls that you have to think about. And we all know that, especially in our environment, we have multiple different systems, multiple integrators, multiple, suppliers, all having, different, approaches to how, their products and security is done. So I'm not saying that, this is, by any means, easy or walk in the park. What I'm saying is that, it's a journey that you can take. Because now we have a lot more tools and resources to try and help us get to where we need to go, which is obviously protecting the railway and protecting the industry as well. Now, people always say, what standard should I use? What's the one that I should hang my hat on? I think in my perspective, you could either use a 62443 standard, but if you want it to be a little bit more broken down and you want it to be a little bit more easy to consume, I think, the guys have done a very good job with the 50701, standard. So you can actually use that and then use the 62443 to sort of enrich your understanding, of each control. So you can kind of get the basics, dimension from 50701, and then almost use the 62443 as your Bible or encyclopedia or something, just to sort of, give you some enrichment in terms of the controls and the depth in which you want to go with regards those controls as well. Now, Antoine talked about, network, segmentation, obviously that's important. The security levels, also that's important. And I think what we're seeing is that, the supply chain is beginning to react as well. So we're seeing, a couple of MUX switches, that are already ascribing to, certain security level standards. So I think this is only a good thing, because, that means that either from a social proof perspective, the fact that one, supplier is doing something might also encourage all the other suppliers to start to look at that as well, to keep themselves competitive in the game, or we can get a big stick, that comes and hits us with fines that make us, shape up, or we have a big event and then everyone brings out their checkbooks and like, how much do you need, to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So, we would want to, that to evolve, but I think conversations like this, certainly help to, progress where we need to be. Now, I did say to you that I was going to show you from an engineering perspective, how you can, sort of synchronize, some of the activities. And, this V diagram, V model, is something that is very familiar in the engineering space. And I quite like it as well, because, when you start to look at some of the activities that is done from an engineering lifecycle, system lifecycle perspective, you can see opportunities where conversations, can be done right from the beginning, from a concept, perspective. You can start to see where, conversations around the cybersecurity case, can be had in terms of what needs to go into the cybersecurity case. And then how you can then sort of, validate that all throughout, the life cycle. And that's really, really interesting, because now, the engineering guys feel like, you're having a conversation with them, in a space where they completely understand, they understand system life cycle, they understand the engineering part of it, and now, we are collaborating with them, rather than coming in, and being a disruptor to the process. And I think that in itself, always helps to progress the conversation. So I think, as I just round up, my conversation in terms of, where, we need to be going, I think, when we look at all this, we can clearly see that even if you use 64443 or you use 50701, you can be compliant, meaning that you can have, stronger requirements around governance, because if you follow those activities, that will naturally evolve there. And you can also see that, the safety elements are also part of the conversation as well, especially when you're doing that initial conversation around how do you do your zones and conduits, because then you really have to think about, the risk of the assets and the operational impact of it. So you're in that period, you're already talking about what are the safety considerations that you need to have. And then you can always have a mixture of both standards. I think you can see that the standards do a nice job of referencing themselves, so even if you sphere in one direction, that you're still, covered and compliant in the other direction as well, which is very, very good. And of course, by the time you then add, the maturity of the 27001, the mature standard, it really starts to get you to a place of a security posture that is really, really elevated. And I think that's where we all want to be. I think that's where we all want to be as an industry, and that's where we want to be. And if we look at other industries, whether it's the airline, or the shipping industry, I think, having experience of coming from the shipping industry, I can see a lot of, progress happening, especially in the rail industry. And some of these conversations, that we're having now, is certainly, showing a level of maturity, and we need to just keep those conversations going. So thank you very much, for listening. I hope you got some value from the conversation.
Okay, so I have lots of things. I have lots of questions, but we only have so much time. So first thing, implementation. If there is a step one, what is step one for organizations that have not started this path?
Step one is have a conversation. I think that's really, really important. You need to get closer to the engineering guys. What we did, to start those conversations was, having sessions, just educative sessions where we're just sharing information with them. Because initially, you want to be able to create a path where you can have a conversation, but you want to create opportunities where you can actually start to influence, what they're doing. Because if they start to remember when they're, having a contractual conversation with a supplier, that they need to come to, cybersecurity and at least get some sort of profiling of those suppliers and maybe have some schedules going to the contract, you're certainly heading in the right direction. Because we know in our industry, our contracts are very long, for a very long period of time. And the time that, they are created, if you've had no cybersecurity conversation, it's certainly more challenging to have those conversations further down the line. So, having just sharing, session is a good way to start.
Fantastic. Thank you. I did like the honest pros and cons. That was a good slide. That was a good poll. And standards, I'm Italian. I call it Italian food. It's all the same thing. It's the same ingredients. You mix it up a different way, call it something else. Just pick one, right? Start measuring. That's the key. Measure. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Eddie. Great. Real quick question. Are your slides going to be available? Are you going to release them? Okay, fantastic. Lots of content in there, I'm sure. I saw people taking pictures. That way you can just get a copy. Super. Okay, next up, we've got a roundtable.
We do a roundtable with a lot of tables. So what we want to do here is we have this bit of a workshop roundtable. It's called Bringing OT Data Out of the Dark. And Patrick joined us at a show in Florida recently, and we've been talking more and more about OT data and how it can be utilized, how we can operationalize it. Where is it? Who's using it? Where's it coming from? What are we doing with it? And so we want to elaborate on a lot of that. That is, this roundtable session is going to be hosted by Jim Crowley, CEO of Industrial Defender, Dario Labazzo, Managing Director of Europe for Industrial Defender, and Peter Lund, who is the Vice President, CTO, sorry, who's also going to help host this. And Patrick Miller is going to jump in as well and help you guys out. So. Yeah. We're not necessarily going to split up the room as I had originally intended. I was kind of hoping to do some type of Moses move and kind of like move everybody. But instead, these guys have some slides and they're going to make it interactive and move around the room. Sound good? Yeah. Team? Yeah. So Dario, over to you.
Yeah.
this
Do they have mics?
I think we'll just throw one around the room.
Yeah.
And then there'll be one of us at the podium for each slide.
Okay. Who wants the roaming mic?
Give one to Jim,
All right,
then he'll give it to Pete next.
there you go.
All right, well, first I want to make a promise. There are only 5 slides in this deck. You're going to be doing most of the work. The other piece of setup I would ask for is if anybody's at a table of 1 or 2, try to get into a table of 5 or 6. So if you wouldn't mind getting up and joining kind of a table that has a little bit more people. So the format we're going to go for today is I'm going to set the stage for everyone. And then we're going to have 3 breakout sessions where we'll have about 10 minutes of discussion kind of amongst your table. Hopefully your table is a mixture of kind of asset owners and other stakeholders. And then I'll pick on one, and then Jim will pick on one, and then Pete will pick on one, and we'll see what you guys come up with as far as each of these topics are concerned. So pick a good team because there's going to be a pop quiz at the end. So I think we're all here to learn from each other. And I think we've done a really good job today of uncovering a lot of the topics that are very important to all of us. I kept hearing some similar themes that I think are really important for us to keep in mind. The first one being work together. We all need to work together. And I think it was Eddie who mentioned that we're not in the aviation where there's only kind of 2 people doing everything. And we're not in the enterprise IT where there's a lot. Instead, we have kind of a very tight-knit group of kind of both vendors and asset owners. I've never operated a train in my life, but I do know ICS security. So I'm hoping that I can learn from the audience here and that you guys can learn a little something from us. So as it relates to that, what do? We help people do the hard stuff, which is really the basics. The basics are not easy. Collecting and identifying kind of what your current hardware asset inventory is pretty difficult to do in a 100% manner. Understanding what pieces of software operate on those assets is also something that's somewhat difficult to do, and keeping that up to date is even harder. And then identifying some changes that might occur with those assets and keeping those up to date gets even more difficult. And as you start kind of building on these core 5 foundational practices, it can get a little overwhelming. So the last piece of it is obviously monitoring your attack surface, your vulnerabilities, and then doing something about it and logging all those components. The Center for Internet Security says this will bring your risk down by 85%. I'm not sure if anyone can agree with that number. We all agree it's better than doing nothing. But you have to prioritize somewhere. So to kind of help set the stage, the holy grail of getting this all done might be to do all these different use cases in one. And it starts with very, very good data at the core, which is the topic we're going to cover today. If you don't understand kind of what your assets are, who's talking to who, what the conversation is that's occurring, when changes are being made, and whether those changes could potentially impact your organization, then it's very difficult to move into kind of the phase 2 and phase 3 kind of more actionable intel that you're going to get value out of something like a threat intel feed. You're going to get value out of security events and vulnerability monitoring. But in order to get there, you need that cohesive foundational portion of it as well. So I think the most important thing to do is to pick a path. As Patrick said earlier, don't agonize over which standard. I mean, yes, you should pick one, but start somewhere. Don't worry about boiling the ocean and doing all these things. And do start with something that you can work with. So today we're going to cover, first we're going to cover data collection and normalization. Then we're going to cover kind of who is going to use that data and how it gets disseminated within your organization. Jim will set the stage for that one. And then last, we're going to cover how do we do something with that data that's impactful to the rest of the organization through integrations, through your existing investments. And Pete will cover that and how we can take some of those pieces of data. And I've had a couple of great conversations already by using very, very small pieces of data like temperatures over time or devices that may come on and off the network that are allowed, but happening at a more rapid rate, and using that to infer kind of much bigger changes in your infrastructure, which is really only possible by having kind of a large scale view of what's going on, and then you're letting some other business tools take care of that, something like a Splunk or something that can do some kind of analytics on their overall enterprise. So to start the conversation, this will be your first breakout. So on data collection and normalization, we believe that you need to have an asset-based approach. Network monitoring is a good first start. It allows you to understand who's in the room and get a visual identification as to what's on your network. But you don't really understand what their intentions are or what their what is actually happening on a day-to-day basis with those assets. So over time, you can move from passive to more active collection, whether that active collection is through automated means. That's kind of the holy grail. But in the interim, that active collection could be by means of self-attestation. When an engineer changes something, then they at least go in and update it. As long as you have that single source of truth, that would be a good thing to do. And kind of the end goal would be to maybe implement some kind of agent, which is a very scary word for a lot of people in the asset owner community. So this is not what I believe everyone's doing. I believe everyone's doing probably a little piece of this, a little piece of that. So I would love for everyone to kind of take the next 10 minutes or so to talk about what are the most valuable pieces of data that when you walk out the door that day to go collect it, what are you trying to collect? Why are you trying to collect it? And how do you then normalize that data that's coming from multiple different sources that each have kind of different ideas as to why they wanted it in the first place, ways of getting it, systems that they live in. So talk a little bit about kind of how you can come up with an approach that works for you, and maybe try to consolidate that down into a couple sentence response, and we'll see which table is the lucky winner. Patrick, you want to add anything to that?
I did. Obviously, this is going to be Chatham House rules. What you share here will not be shared outside.
Yeah.
So feel free to be as honest as you can be. Obviously, if there's certain things you need to keep secret, that's understandable, but that there effectively is a Chatham House rule. So we're not going to share this with anybody outside the room. We're not going to share any company names or things like that. If you do need to do things like hypotheticals or go by an alias, that's okay. Right? The main thing is sharing and going through the exercise. This is more of a thought exercise for yourselves and for the others in the room.
Great. Get started. Clock started, 10 minutes. We're going to roam around and kind of facilitate the conversations in each of the tables.
Exactly.
Thanks, everyone. I think check. I think we spent a fair amount of time on this topic. Maybe do we have any volunteers who want to throw out what they came up with briefly before we move on to the next slide, and maybe Patrick can grill you on your answer.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Yeah, I want one of the tables to potentially volunteer before we have to try to pick on someone. To see
Okay,
what you
who
guys
wants to
came up
volunteer before I start assigning tables answers? No, okay, there we go. Thank you. You get to be the spokesperson. Yes.
I'm going to hand him the mic.
Just got a spare mic. I don't have one.
Oh, I thought you had one in your hand.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So in fact, in the table, we thought about the objective of various level of data collection, passive, active, and real time. And we consider that they should not have the same objective or target. And we should collect different things at each of these level. So at passive level, we have the most information on the system. So I think here the valuable piece of data in order to be able to perform vulnerability management and so on, monitoring and so on, will be the very detailed description of all the PBS and software component, hardware component, to be able to know what are the CPU of our system and to perform vulnerability analysis. An active level, it's more on a query answer aspect. So we need to know what are the equipment. So we will be able to know what are the equipment and the version of equipment which are installed on our system, but we cannot on a standard way to go inside the equipment and to know what is inside the equipment. But at least we will be able to have a view, a global view of the equipment is interesting. And in real time, on the in work context, we consider that the equipment doesn't evolve so much in a railway system. And when evolved, it is during an upgrade or something which is planned months in advance. We have to perform regression tests and so on. So to know the equipment active is enough. So the real time should be more to be able to identify rogue equipment or equipment which should not be in the system. So we don't need the same level of granularity and really say, oh, we have a new equipment, it is not normal, we have a new flow, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is a great example when combined with some of the other tables that I've checked out of business process in action. This table went right to how do I get it and which systems require different methodologies, while several other tables were still talking about what am I trying to go get? What's important, what isn't important. So they haven't even left the table yet to go and get data because they're still trying to plan, which is effective and important because you need to understand who is going to consume your data, while this other table is thinking, well, how am I going to go get it? What's going to be my potential challenges? How should I tackle them? And both of those are effective components because who is going to ultimately consume your data is going to be a highly dependent variable as well. I'll let Jim take the next one for us.
Yeah, so we developed this concept of really thinking about who the data consumers are for OT or ICS data. And this was just sort of surveying our customers and realizing that one size doesn't fit all. There's not sort of one consumer of the information. There's multiple constituents today across the enterprise that needs this information. So whether it be, a control engineer that might be interested in some real-time data, someone, for example, inserting a USB stick into an HMI somewhere, they might want to know about that immediately. Or a compliance officer that's looking for the attestation around, are we secure? Are we managing our firewalls? Are we managing our systems properly? Are we patching? And how do I provide that information? IT operations, so when a WannaCry or a SolarWinds hit and they show up to help do the mitigation or the remediation or the forensics on these systems, they have a different set of tools and information that they need to be able to bring that together. And then your SOC analysts. So as customers get, or as the industries get more sophisticated around analyzing the data and the alerts and the events and doing threat hunting inside the networks, the SOC analysts also need OT data inside of that. And then there's a variety of operations folks as well that could use OT data to do things like configuration change management, what's changed in the system, something broke, what changed yesterday. So the topic really is about, these types of personas, and is there other folks inside the organization, constituents that you're going to need to share data with, and have the conversation around that. Who are you serving with this data? Who are your internal customers, and how do you get the data to them?
We had an interesting take from one table where this data needs to overlay with other data sets. So they went right into weather and operations, right? So is this train on time? Why is it delayed? Is it a cyber event? Is it weather? Is it, someone's ran across the tracks, and who knows, right? But all those things have to come together to ultimately provide service to the customers, right? Because they want the train to be on time. They want to get to their destination. That's a great bigger picture use case there.
Yeah, and the other point of looking at these different personas is, the more that you can spread the security message across the organization, the easier it's going to get. If you just say it's just security's problem, it's not everybody's problem. It's sort of like the same thing as safety, right? Everyone has responsibility for safety. So if we can get to the point where people are now, everyone every day is thinking about security to make sure that the systems are secure, how do we give them the data to have that mindset?
Am I on? All right. So we talked about data sources, basically, was the last slide. We're looking at what's important to you, where you get it, when it's used, how it's used. And now we're looking at basically applying that data usage across the organization. That data to you is your operations data in a lot of cases, or security operations data. It has value outside of the organization in lots and lots of ways. So this helps us understand both two things that are key: the value chain for your data in other parts of the business, and not just dollars and cents, right? But the organization's efficiency, operational, all those components, in addition to the dependencies on that data for other parts of the business. Go.
If you're wondering where to start the conversation, start right there. Who gets to start the project? Pick three. Who normally would drive beginning this type of investigation? That could be somewhere you start the conversation. Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, soon, not yet.
All right, I've been told people are getting thirsty, so we're going to make this one a short one, then a quick slide. So who can we pick on here? Anyone want to share their thoughts on these different personas? All the way in the back?
Yes. Back of the bus.
All right.
Tell us your thoughts.
This comes down to kind of cultural awareness and posture within that organization. So if it should come from the top, but the top need to be informed by the middle and bottom in terms of data streams. So what we really need to do, and we would kind of just went on there to discuss regulation and how everything within regulation serves counterintuitively to be minimal viable products. It's just a goal that we have to achieve. So actually at the very top exec team level, maybe there's a regulation that they need to achieve, but maybe at the lower levels, they need more and it needs to be better. So I don't think there is an answer. I think it's top down and bottom up, and hopefully it meets in the middle.
Thank you.
We get next to people tee up the next slide. I think what was good that came out of that there isn't the right answer. Every one of them is absolutely together. But nobody is exempt from participation, and nobody is exempt from giving value, from understanding more about what's going on. But as you understand more and as you implement more, you can connect up with what's already invested in for your organization, which is where we're seeing a tremendous amount of effort going in to actually action that data that you're collecting into something useful.
Great, thanks, Dario. So we talked about how we can collect data from OT. We talked about who the owners are and what they might want from it, maybe who's got the mandate. But now we get into the how bit, which is my personal favorite, being the technical one among the group. So really now you've got that collected data. And the key step here is you're normalizing it, whether you're using our tool or some other tool. You can get that kind of aggregated OT data feed to the parts of the organization that matter. So maybe the compliance team is standardized on Power BI, and that's how you're going to measure yourself against, maybe the new rail standard we talked about. Maybe you're a 62443 or a NIST cybersecurity framework. Maybe you're going to give visibility to SOC tools and SOAR. So you've got not only just security event information streaming in, which is where most folks start, but now you understand your assets really well. You can tell the SOC about, well, I have this version of firmware installed. And by the way, now the SOC can figure out that if it's vulnerable to Log4j or whatever the next big vulnerability is. You can bring in, specialized applications like ServiceNow for your CMDB. So now you can not only open change tickets and understand actually when it's closed with real-time data. So you might say, we've got to do a firmware update or a device change out on an endpoint. Now I know definitively, because I'm monitoring it, it was changed 2 days ago, and we can close that ticket without having to make calls and doing walkdowns. And then there's, tons of specialized applications out there. Risk is a big topic. So there's risk management platforms, risk calculation platforms. Once you get this great data set going, you can then look at OEM patch feeds. There's some great aggregators out there that do things like that. So the quick exercise now before we go to the pub is think about kind of additional platforms or more interesting platforms for your use cases, and what's of the highest value. Where do you need to send the data, and at what frequency, and kind of what matters. So go.
Well,
looks like everyone's having so much fun that we didn't realize that the conference is over. But that doesn't mean the conversation has to be. The next step would be here at the Hereford Arms, where there's a drinks reception. All of these conversations should continue there with a beer in hand. And feel free to ask all those hard questions in front of someone with a beer. Pat? Well, I'll add one quick statement, which is that everyone naturally went to all the right places. There are no wrong places. It seemed that the conversation naturally progressed through the prepared state that we kind of expected it to. So everyone's kind of in the right mode. Now we just have to go secure our rail systems.
Fantastic. First, thank you all for staying through the day. Very good content, very good engagement at the end of the day. I know it's been a long day. We've been talking about a lot of really riveting things like standards, yawn-inducing standards. But it's very important stuff. What you're doing really, really, really matters. And don't discount all of the context and the discussions that you had. Now, most important, all of these events, you know what the ISAC is, right? The Information Sharing and Analysis Center, similar to a CERT, a PCERT, a NCSC. Now comes the most important part, the beer ISAC. Okay, this is where all the information gets shared. This is where most of the decisions get made. This is where jobs happen. It's probably one of the more important parts of the event. So by all means, continue this conversation over a beer at the Hereford Arms. Directions. First things first, don't leave anything in the room just because, obviously take it with you. We'll reconvene back tomorrow in the morning at the time, which is same time, 8:45. If you're not making it to the pub, for those that are going to the pub, when you go out the front door, take a right. Okay, it'll take you to the main street because you're walking through the little tunnel. Take a left. When you see the coffee shop, take a right. We're talking maybe if you fall down, it's going to take you 2 minutes. Okay, so it's just literally just right out the door, take a left, take a right at the next street. You can't miss it. Hereford Arms, beers on the house. Come join us for some more conversation, carry on all of this great stuff. Thank you.